The ocean has always been a place of stories. Stories of calm nights under the stars, and stories of ships that never made it home. One part of the ocean has carried more of those stories than anywhere else, the Bermuda Triangle. You've probably heard the name before, a place where planes disappear, where radios go silent, and where people say the sea itself swallows what passes through. Tonight, we're going to take our time with it. We'll drift through the entire history of the Bermuda Triangle, the first sailors who noticed strange lights, the pilots who sent final messages, the scientists who tried to explain it all away. Some of what you'll hear has answers. Much of it doesn't. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where are you listening from, and what time is it right now? Share it below, and let's see how far these mysteries travel. Long before it was called the Bermuda Triangle, sailors moving through the Caribbean spoke of waters that felt different. They noticed how storms could appear out of nowhere, skies shifting from calm to chaos without warning. They whispered of lights at night, flickers across the horizon that weren't lanterns or lightning. Even the calm had weight here, a silence that felt heavier than anywhere else at sea. Stories passed between crews in ports, sometimes as warnings, sometimes as jokes, but always carrying unease. Maps were drawn, islands marked, and yet when sailors returned to the same places, the land was gone, the islands vanished. For generations, this patch of ocean carried a reputation as unsettled, uncertain, and oddly watchful. Nobody used the name Bermuda Triangle yet, but the feeling was there. Something about this place simply didn't follow the rules. Sailors trusted everywhere else. In 1492, Christopher Columbus crossed these waters, and his journals describe something his crew never forgot. On a dark night, they saw a sudden light flare on the horizon. Not lightning, not a fire from another ship. It was a glow that rose from the ocean itself, and then faded away. At the same time, Columbus noted their compasses didn't point north the way they should. His men grew restless, whispering that they were being led into cursed waters. Columbus tried to calm them, calling it natural, but he wrote down the events carefully. That single entry has been read for centuries as one of the first recorded signs of something strange inside, what we now call the Bermuda Triangle. Historians debate it, saying it could have been meteors or shifting magnetics, but the detail lingers. The first Europeans to sail these waters left with a story of unease. As maps of the Atlantic took shape in the 1500s, sailors kept marking islands that later turned out not to exist. These phantom lands appeared on charts for decades, sometimes centuries before disappearing without a trace. One of the most famous was called Bermuda, drawn and redrawn on countless maps, treated as real by captains who swore they saw it. Yet, when later expeditions searched, nothing was there. No land, no reef, no trace. The Bermuda Triangle earned its legend partly because of these cartographic ghosts. Were sailors seeing mirages? Did storms hide islands under waves? Or were they witnessing something no map could ever pin down? What unsettled them most was the consistency. Different crews, different years, same exact location. The ocean in this region seemed to play tricks, showing places that vanished as quickly as they appeared, and still today, no answers have ever been confirmed. One feature of the Bermuda Triangle explains some of its mystery, but deepens others. The Gulf Stream, a massive current moving like a river within the sea, runs straight through it. Early Spanish fleets quickly learned its dangers. A ship caught slightly off course could be swept hundreds of miles in days, carried away faster than navigators could adjust. Wreckage vanished in this current too, disappearing as though erased. To many, the Gulf Stream was reason enough for why so many ships never came back. But not all vanishings fit so neatly. Crews reported compasses spinning out of control, radios falling silent, or skies changing too quickly to blame on a single current. The Gulf Stream may have erased the evidence, but it didn't erase the strangeness. For sailors, it became one more element of unease. The sea itself was moving faster here, as if rushing something unseen. Throughout the 1600s and 1700s, Records show ships disappearing in these waters without the storms that usually explained wrecks. Some vessels were found drifting empty, sails torn but hulls intact. Others were simply gone, never sighted again despite nearby fleets searching. Letters home described the unease of families waiting for news, only to receive nothing. In coastal taverns, fishermen and merchants shared stories about the Devil's Sea, a phrase used quietly but often. To them, it wasn't just about danger, it was about patterns. Disappearances stacked on each other, too frequent to ignore, too scattered to explain. Survivors of these early wrecks described fogs that moved against the wind or seas that seemed to rise without warning. Many of these accounts can't be proven today, but when lined up, they show something undeniable. Long before the Triangle had its name, it had a reputation that frightened even the experienced. In the 18th century, merchant captains began recording lights that seemed to follow them at night, glows on the water, sometimes bright enough to illuminate sails, moving steadily alongside before fading away. Crews grew terrified, believing the lights were signs of spirits or omens of sinking. One journal from 1741 described a light that stayed with a ship for hours, rising and falling with the waves, as though alive. Natural explanations have been offered: bioluminescent plankton, reflections of starlight, even misunderstood lightning. But none quite fit the behavior sailors described. These lights weren't random. They moved with intent, lingering long enough for men to argue whether to change course. They vanished without a sound, leaving silence in their wake. For some, the Bermuda Triangle was no longer just a place of storms. It was a place that seemed to notice who passed through and offered its own strange signals. For centuries, these waters had no single name to mark their strangeness. Sailors spoke of the Devil's Sea, of haunted currents, of unlucky passages, but it wasn't until the 20th century that the phrase Bermuda Triangle came into use. Yet even before the label, the stories already matched: vanished ships, faulty instruments, lights with no source. The absence of evidence was often evidence itself: wreckage gone too quickly, records that didn't match reality. By the 1800s, the Bermuda region had already gained a reputation as a place where fate twisted easily. Families of lost sailors sometimes refused to blame weather, saying instead that the sea took them. The Triangle, as we call it now, was never invented by writers. It was built on centuries of whispers, stories written in logbooks, and silence written in the space where ships should have returned but didn't. When crews reached port, after crossing the Triangle, they often carried more than goods. They carried stories. In Havana, in Charleston, in Nassau, men traded tales of fog that swallowed ships whole, of islands that rose in daylight and were gone by morning, of voices heard through the wind that weren't from any crew aboard. These stories spread through taverns and harbors, traveling faster than any current. Families waiting at shore came to dread the routes marked through the Triangle, but they couldn't avoid them. Trade demanded passage. With every lost vessel, the stories grew heavier. They weren't official records, but they left their mark. By the time the 19th century began, the Bermuda Triangle had already become more than geography. It was an idea, one that slipped quietly into maps, journals, and the imaginations of everyone who dared to cross its uncertain waters. Even without official studies, people noticed how vanishings clustered in this region. Ship captains warned younger sailors, parents warned children, and the warnings created a pattern. It didn't matter if the explanation was storms, currents, or something stranger. What mattered was that people believed it. Stories turned into reputation, and reputation turned into expectation. Entering the Triangle carried weight, as if simply naming it in conversation made the journey more dangerous. Some captains even prayed aloud before crossing, not for storm safety, but for protection from whatever lingers here. This early superstition shaped how later generations interpreted every disappearance. The Bermuda Triangle was no longer a place on the map. It was a place in the mind, where fear itself became a passenger. And like so many legends, once fear takes root, it grows. The early whispers of dread became the foundation for centuries of haunting accounts. In 1812, A small schooner sailing from Havana toward Bermuda vanished without a trace. The weather was calm, the crew experienced, the journey routine. Weeks later, fragments of its cargo washed ashore, but no bodies, no wreckage, no sails. Families who waited for answers never received them. To officials, it was just another maritime loss. But to those living along the coast, it became another addition to a growing story. Another ship swallowed by waters that gave no explanation. In journals from the time, there's a tone of resignation. People expected these disappearances. They didn't look for natural causes. They simply accepted that the Triangle had taken another vessel. These early cases, though rarely investigated, fed into the larger legend. For locals, the sea wasn't just dangerous, it was deliberate. That small schooner, nameless now in history's records, became one more thread in a mystery still carried forward today. As navigation instruments became more common in the 19th century, so did reports of their failure in the Triangle. Compasses pointed west when they should have pointed north. Chronometers lost time, sextant readings failed to match horizon lines. Sailors grew frustrated, unsure whether to trust their tools or their instincts. Some ships altered course unnecessarily. Others sailed straight into storms they believed were far away. Over and over, the Bermuda region earned the reputation of a place where technology faltered. Later, scientists would suggest magnetic variation as an answer. But for those living it, the failures felt intentional. It was as if the sea itself wanted confusion. Many accounts tell of crews arguing loudly, unable to agree on a course. Distrust spread, and with distrust came mistakes. But the pattern continued. Navigation inside the Triangle simply didn't behave the way it should, no matter the century. Behind every vanished ship were families waiting on shore, scanning horizons for sails that never returned. In letters and newspapers of the 1800s, these absences became heartbreakingly common. Women wrote of children asking when their fathers would return, of sitting with lamps burning long past midnight. Communities learned to recognize the signs. When too much time had passed without word, when silence itself carried the answer. For families, the Bermuda Triangle wasn't just a mystery, it was grief, sudden and unexplained. Unlike storm wrecks where bodies or debris returned, these vanishings left nothing. That lack of closure deepened the fear. It meant people never really knew. The sea had swallowed their loved ones, but with no explanation, no final goodbye. That silence, more than any storm, is what built the Triangle's reputation. It was not just about loss. It was about loss without reason, and that weighed even heavier. By the late 1800s, sailors began writing formal warnings about these waters. Journals passed between captains carried notes about specific stretches where compasses wavered or where storms formed too suddenly. Some reports advised staying closer to shore, even if it meant longer routes. These written accounts were not superstition. They were practical advice, written by men who wanted others to survive. The Bermuda region became a place of caution, marked not just by mystery but by experience. For every sailor who dismissed the stories, there was another who had seen enough to believe. These early warnings became the backbone of what later writers would collect and label as the Triangle. Long before magazines sensationalized it, practical seamen were already telling each other the truth. This place was different. Their handwriting, still stored in archives, carries the weight of that warning, passed quietly across generations. By the turn of the 20th century, the Bermuda region was no longer just another stretch of ocean. Its reputation had spread wide, carried in shipping routes, naval reports, and port gossip. Sailors spoke more openly about the cursed waters, and newspapers occasionally mentioned odd vanishings, without clear cause. Insurance companies raised rates for certain crossings. The Triangle wasn't yet a household name, but it was undeniably feared by those who depended on the sea. The pattern of disappearances had become too noticeable, too consistent to ignore. To the wider world, it was simply rumor, but to those who lived near it, it was fact. This was a place where you could enter and not come out. As the 20th century began, the stage was set. A new century of ships, and now, Planes would carry the legend further than ever before, into headlines that would reach the entire globe. When we look back at the earliest stories of the Bermuda Triangle, what stands out most is not the answers, but the persistence. Lights that couldn't be explained, islands that vanished, ships that never came home, instruments that failed without reason, families left waiting. These accounts are scattered across centuries, told by different voices, written in different hands, yet together they build something larger. They create a shadow that stretches across time, pointing to one place on the map. Whether every story is true or not, the effect is the same. The Bermuda Triangle became known as a place where the ordinary rules break down, and that reputation has never faded. The stage was now set for the 20th century, when bigger ships, radio communication, and airplanes would carry the mystery into new dimensions and into the headlines of the modern world. As the centuries turned and European powers built empires in the Americas, the waters of the Bermuda Triangle became busier than ever. Treasure fleets carried gold and silver back to Spain, while supply ships carried settlers, soldiers, and families into the New World. And yet, some of those fleets never made it. One of the most chilling cases was a Spanish treasure convoy in the early 1600s that vanished in calm weather. No storms were reported, no battles with rival nations, no survivors washed ashore, just absence. When weeks passed with no word, the Spanish crown declared the convoy lost at sea, but families whispered it was something darker. These were ships filled with experienced crews, men who had sailed storms before. Their loss was another reminder that this part of the ocean did not play by ordinary rules. The empire moved forward, the silence, however, never lifted. By the 1700s, merchant ships crisscrossed the Atlantic. With regularity, sugar, cotton, and tobacco traveled north. Manufactured goods and weapons traveled south. But when vessels vanished inside the triangle, commerce turned into fear. In 1715, a small fleet carrying goods from Charleston to London disappeared without trace. Not a single plank or barrel was ever recovered. To traders, this was more than mystery, it was financial ruin. Insurance records from the period note higher premiums for ships crossing these waters, an acknowledgement that something about the route was riskier than the rest. Sailors left behind letters, describing the dread of sailing through fog that seemed to close like curtains or winds that stopped suddenly, leaving ships adrift. Captains signed on because they had to, not because they wanted to. By then, the Bermuda waters were seen not just as dangerous but as strangely, deliberately unpredictable. Every disappearance carried consequences beyond the sea. In colonial towns along the eastern seaboard, families gathered for news of ships that never came back. Wives lit lamps for weeks, hoping to see sails appear against the horizon. Children asked questions no one could answer. In taverns and churches, the losses turned into whispers of a cursed sea. The Bermuda Triangle, though not yet called by that name, became a shadow over daily life. In some diaries, mothers described dreams of ships sinking silently, or of hearing voices calling from the surf. These accounts may have been grief, but they added weight to the legend. Colonial society depended on steady trade, yet at the center of that trade was a place that seemed determined to take as much as it gave. To live along those coasts meant living with the constant fear that the ocean might swallow loved ones whole. Not all disappearances were small vessels. Even the mighty galleons, built for war and treasure, sometimes never returned from voyages through the Triangle. Records mention a Spanish warship that vanished while carrying arms to Havana, seen leaving port, but never seen again. No storm was reported, no enemies were sighted. Just emptiness, where an entire warship should have been. The Crown labeled it an accident, but officers in Havana kept the story alive, warning younger sailors that the sea has its own hunger. These vanishings unsettled even the most hardened captains, who believed discipline and strength could conquer anything. In the Triangle, however, discipline meant nothing. The sea here ignored rank, title, and cargo. Whether treasure or soldiers, merchant goods or settlers, it took what it wanted. Each galleon that vanished without cause only deepened the sense that these waters weren't just dangerous, they were deliberate in their silence. In 1748, a convoy of merchant ships left the Caribbean bound for Europe. Weather reports from nearby vessels described calm seas and light winds, perfect conditions for sailing. Yet the convoy never arrived. Weeks later, worried families searched ports in England for word, but nothing came. No wreckage, no survivors, no hint of what had gone wrong. What struck many at the time was that more than one ship vanished together. One vessel could be explained, but several, traveling side by side, was harder to dismiss. Some suggested pirates, but there were no signs of stolen cargo in circulation. Others blamed storms, though skies had been clear. The disappearance of the 1748 convoy became one of the first cases where ordinary explanations felt insufficient. The Bermuda waters earned a darker name among sailors. Not unlucky, not cursed, but hungry. Hungry enough to take entire fleets without leaving behind a trace. Stories of strange fogs grew more common in the colonial era. Sailors described heavy mists that rolled in quickly, swallowing vision until the ship seemed to float inside a cocoon of white. Some crews reported that their compasses spun wildly when inside these fogs, while others noticed that voices sounded muffled, as if the air itself had thickened. A few journals even mention hearing echoes, crewmates speaking once, but their words repeating faintly as though carried back by something invisible. When the fog cleared, some ships found themselves hundreds of miles off course, far from where their charts placed them. Others never emerged at all. These accounts were passed down in whispers, sometimes dismissed as exaggeration, but they became part of the fabric of the Triangle's legend. For families waiting at port, fog became more than weather. It became an omen, a warning that silence might soon follow. On rare occasions, vessels were found intact, but without a crew. Colonial records describe more than one ship discovered adrift, sails loose, cargo untouched, but not a single sailor aboard. These ghost ships terrified those who found them. To rescue crews, the absence of life was more unsettling than wreckage. How could men vanish without leaving signs of struggle? In one case from the 1760s, a schooner was found drifting toward the Bahamas. Food remained on the tables, tools left in place, but no one answered calls across the deck. Families of the missing never learned what became of them. These ships fed the imagination of sailors for centuries, reminders that survival in the Triangle wasn't guaranteed, even with a sturdy vessel. A ship could remain perfectly afloat, but its crew could be gone, leaving nothing behind but silence. To some, that silence was worse than any storm. Privateers, licensed pirates hired by governments, sailed these waters, often during the colonial wars. Many wrote about battles, but some also described events they couldn't explain. One account tells of a privateer ship chasing an enemy sloop into the Triangle. Just as the chase neared its climax, a dense fog rolled in, and when it lifted, the sloop was gone. No wreckage, no sails on the horizon. The privateer captain later admitted the disappearance shook him more than any cannon fire. Other privateers claimed that enemy ships sometimes vanished like smoke inside the region. These weren't superstitious fishermen. These were hardened fighters, used to blood and steel. For them to admit confusion added weight to the legend. They may have laughed about sea monsters in taverns, but on the water, they knew the Triangle could undo men just as easily as war itself. The ocean here didn't need cannons, it had its own weapons. In towns from Nassau to Charleston, sailors passed their nights telling stories in taverns. The Triangle became a regular topic of conversation, though no one called it that yet. Men described the sea as if it were alive, choosing which ships to take and which to let pass. Rum carried the stories far, and soon even those who had never set sail knew of the strange waters. Some swore entire ships had sailed into calm seas only to vanish before witnesses' eyes. Others spoke of ghostly figures on the horizon, walking the decks of phantom vessels before fading into mist. To outsiders, these were drunken tales. To those who sailed the routes daily, they were warnings. The legends grew louder than the facts, shaping how people viewed the waters. By the late 1700s, The colonial public already believed in a patch of ocean where the ordinary rules did not apply. In 1800, the USS Pickering, an American naval brig, set sail from Guadeloupe bound for Delaware. It never arrived. No distress signals, no wreckage, no survivors. The weather was reported calm by other ships nearby, leaving no simple explanation. The Pickering carried over 100 men, experienced sailors who had survived storms and battles. Their sudden loss stunned the young nation. Families waited for months, hoping for news that never came. Newspapers printed small notices, but offered no answers. For Americans, this disappearance became one of the earliest reminders that the strange stories whispered in taverns weren't just sailor myths. They could claim warships too. Later records would place the Pickering's last known course through waters we now consider part of the Bermuda Triangle. It was a mystery then, and it remains a mystery today. An entire crew gone, swallowed by seas that gave nothing back. Only 2 years after the loss of the Pickering, another American warship, the USS Wasp, disappeared in similar fashion. The Wasp was returning from France when it was last sighted in the Atlantic. Like the Pickering, it was crewed by trained officers and sailors. And like the Pickering, it simply never arrived. Once again, the weather was reported calm. Once again, no debris was ever recovered. The back-to-back vanishings of 2 naval ships shook confidence in maritime safety. Some suggested storms, others muttered about enemy action, but neither explanation satisfied those who had lost loved ones. The silence left by the Wasp became part of the growing list of inexplicable disappearances in these waters. By now, Americans and Europeans alike had begun to accept what Caribbean sailors had been saying for centuries. There was a region in the sea where ships could vanish without reason, leaving nothing but grief behind. Beyond warships, cargo vessels also disappeared with alarming regularity. In 1814, a supply ship carrying goods from the Caribbean vanished en route to New York. Its cargo was valuable, its captain respected, but no trace of it was ever found. The loss rattled merchants. As much as sailors, cargo was the lifeblood of trade, and when entire shipments vanished, economies suffered. Insurance companies reluctantly paid out claims, but raised their rates for voyages crossing the region. To businessmen, the Bermuda waters became less a mystery and more a financial hazard. But to families of the missing, it was never just money, it was absence. Husbands and fathers gone without a word, leaving only silence behind. Reports of calm seas at the time only deepened the mystery. A cargo ship could vanish in storms, but to vanish without warning suggested something more, something unseen, something no one could explain. By the early 1800s, the legend of these waters had grown beyond taverns and journals. Colonial governments acknowledged the losses, even if they offered only natural explanations. Sailors continued to write about strange lights, silent fogs, and missing ships. Families continued to wait for men who never returned. The fear became cultural, woven into daily life along the coastlines of the Caribbean and America. Children were told stories to keep them from wandering too close to the sea. Ministers spoke of divine judgment, while sailors muttered about curses. By then, no one needed convincing that this region was different. The stories had stacked too high. Whether or not people believed in the supernatural, they agreed on one thing: this part of the ocean was dangerous in a way that defied ordinary understanding. The Bermuda Triangle's legend had already taken root before its name was ever spoken aloud. Even in the colonial period, attempts were made to explain the disappearances. Some argued that magnetic fields caused compasses to fail, leading ships off course. Others blamed sudden hurricanes, though survivors of nearby routes often noted clear skies. A few suggested waterspouts, tornadoes at sea, could have struck without warning, but none of these theories explained why entire fleets disappeared, or why some ships were later found intact but abandoned. Science tried to keep pace with rumor, but it often fell short. For ordinary people, explanations didn't matter. What mattered was that too many ships entered this region and didn't return. The scientists could debate in universities, But for families along the coast, the mystery was already personal. Their fathers, sons, and brothers were gone, and no theory could bring them back. The unanswered questions piled up, and with them, the legend only deepened, stronger than any explanation. The colonial era gave us more than trade and empire. It gave us stories of fleets that never came back, of families left waiting, of instruments that failed without cause. It gave us patterns, disappearances, repeated often enough that people stopped calling them accidents and started calling them something else. A curse, a mystery, a shadow that stretched across the Atlantic. When the 19th century began, the reputation of this ocean was set. The Bermuda Triangle, though unnamed, was already one of the most feared stretches of water on the planet. Ships continued to sail through it, of course. Commerce demanded it. But every man who set foot on a deck in these waters carried the same thought. This might be the voyage that ends in silence. The Triangle was no longer just a story sailors told each other. It was a legacy, and one that still echoes today. As the 1800s opened, the Triangle's reputation was already etched in the minds of sailors. The colonial era had left families grieving and governments uneasy, and now the 19th century brought larger ships and more regular trade routes. But with that came more reports of sudden vanishings. By this time, newspapers had begun printing stories of maritime loss, and the public far from the sea was hearing about these mysteries for the first time. Ships that had been expected in New York or London simply did not arrive, and insurance firms quietly marked their ledgers. The stories now reached beyond taverns and ports. They spread across entire nations. Each disappearance layered onto the last, until the Bermuda waters weren't just whispered about, they were documented. They had entered public record, and as the 19th century deepened, the pattern only became harder to dismiss as chance or storm alone. One of the most famous mysteries of this period was the disappearance of the French ship Rosalie in 1840. The vessel was found adrift in the Triangle, sails set, cargo intact, but every crew member gone. No signs of violence, no storm damage, just silence where dozens of sailors should have been. The discovery rattled people across Europe and America, sparking rumors that the Triangle itself had claimed the men. Some argued disease must have swept the crew, yet supplies were untouched and conditions clean. Others suggested pirates, but the valuable cargo remained. The Rosalie became a symbol of the 19th century's Triangle mystery. Ships themselves survived, but people did not. The story circulated widely in newspapers, giving the legend international reach. For the first time, those who had never seen the sea now wondered about the Bermuda waters. The Triangle was becoming a mystery for everyone, not just sailors. In 1881, the American schooner Ellen Austin encountered a drifting ship in the Triangle. It appeared abandoned, though seaworthy. The captain decided to place a crew aboard and sail it to port, hoping for salvage. But soon, the two ships lost sight of each other in sudden fog. When the drifting vessel reappeared, it was empty again, the new crew gone without trace. Another attempt to man the vessel ended the same way: disappearance, reappearance, abandonment. Newspapers called it cursed, a ghost ship that refused to be saved. The Ellen Austin story spread quickly, feeding the public fascination with the Triangle's growing legend. Skeptics later claimed the tale was exaggerated, but the details fit the pattern seen so often: fog, silence, absence. Whether every word was true or not, the Ellen Austin became part of the Triangle's permanent archive of dread, a ship that seemed alive in its refusal to be found. In 1880, the British training ship HMS Atalanta sailed from Bermuda with over 280 men aboard. She was expected in England but never arrived. Search efforts found no debris, no survivors, no clue as to what had gone wrong. The loss devastated families across Britain and led to questions in Parliament, but no answers ever came. Some suggested the ship had been caught in a storm, but nearby weather reports told of only mild seas. Others whispered that the vessel had entered the same fate as so many before it, simply erased. The Atalanta's disappearance showed how the Triangle's reach extended even into military life. This wasn't just about merchant vessels or small schooners. Entire training ships could vanish without trace, leaving silence behind. For the British Navy, it was an embarrassment. For the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, it was another stone added to a growing monument of mystery. In 1874, the steamship City of Boston left Halifax, bound for Liverpool. She carried dozens of passengers, many emigrants hoping for a new life in England. She never arrived. Telegraphs buzzed across the Atlantic, but no word came. Search ships scoured the routes, but nothing was ever found. The city of Boston was gone, swallowed whole. Families waited on docks in Liverpool, clutching letters from loved ones who would never return. For the Triangle, this loss was especially haunting, because it wasn't just sailors this time. It was ordinary passengers. Men, women, and children who had boarded with hope and simply vanished. Newspapers across North America printed the story, and suddenly the Bermuda waters were not just a sailor's superstition. They had taken entire families. The city of Boston became a lasting wound in maritime memory, a reminder that the Triangle did not choose its victims. It claimed anyone it wanted. By the mid-19th century, the Bermuda Triangle had become a recognizable idea, even if the name wasn't yet in use. Families spoke of it as though it were a living thing, while sailors prayed before crossing its waters. Newspapers played their part, amplifying each story until ordinary readers felt as if the ocean itself had turned predator. What was once a sailor's fear had become a public one. Insurance companies quietly acknowledged it with raised rates, and governments avoided speaking too openly, fearing panic. Yet the stories could not be hidden. Each lost ship, each ghost vessel found adrift, deepened the legend. People began asking questions, not just about storms or piracy, but about the very nature of the sea. Could there truly be a place on Earth where normal rules collapsed? The 19th century seemed determined to answer, but the answers never came, only more silence. Sailors of the 1800s continued to report compass errors in the Triangle. Just as Columbus had centuries earlier, one logbook describes two compasses pointing in different directions aboard the same ship, leaving the captain unsure which to follow. Other crews complained of compasses that spun aimlessly or froze entirely. In an era when navigation depended on these instruments, such failures were terrifying. Some ships turned back, unwilling to press forward. Others pressed on and were never heard from again. Scientists later suggested that magnetic variation explained the anomalies, but this did little to reassure sailors at the time. For them, the failures weren't technical, they felt personal. The sea seemed to want confusion, to demand hesitation, and in the Triangle, hesitation could mean doom. The compass stories, repeated in log after log, became one of the strongest threads tying all the mysteries together. Something here didn't want men to find their way. By the late 19th century, writers and sailors alike began to describe the mysterious region with clearer boundaries. Bermuda, Miami, and Puerto Rico formed the rough triangle that still defines it today. This wasn't official. No government marked the area, but it was recognized in stories and warnings. The lines gave shape to the legend, allowing newspapers to describe a defined danger zone. This made the disappearances even more chilling, because they were no longer scattered, they were clustered. To ordinary readers, the idea that a specific triangle of sea could claim so many vessels was irresistible and terrifying. Sailors felt it too, knowing they were entering a space with a name, even if it was only whispered. The shape gave identity to the fear. It wasn't the entire ocean that turned hostile, it was this patch, this shape on the map, and once entered, some ships simply didn't return. Every lost ship left a trail of grief on land. In Nova Scotia, Liverpool, Havana, Charleston, families sat by windows, waiting for sails that never came. They wrote letters, prayed in churches, and eventually faced silence. Newspapers sometimes printed lists of names, passengers or crew who had vanished, giving the loss a human face. It was one thing to hear that a vessel had been lost. It was another to read the names of fathers, sons, mothers, and children. The Triangle wasn't just a mystery, It was tragedy, multiplied across generations. For families, there was no comfort in theories about magnetic fields or weather. All they knew was that the sea had taken someone they loved. That absence became the most powerful part of the legend, echoing through every coastal town touched by the Atlantic. Behind every mystery, there were names and faces that never came home. As the 19th century wore on, skeptics began pushing back. Some insisted that the triangle was nothing more than a coincidence, that disappearances were simply the result of storms, human error, or piracy. They pointed out that the Atlantic as a whole had always been dangerous, and that many regions had their share of tragedies. Yet even skeptics couldn't explain why so many reports clustered in the same area. For every dismissal, there was another logbook, another article, another family left with nothing but questions. The skeptics were loud, but so were the stories. And in the public imagination, stories almost always win. By the end of the 1800s, the Bermuda Triangle had become more than a stretch of ocean. It was a story in itself, one that skeptics could never fully erase. Too many people believed, and belief kept the legend alive, stronger than explanation. In 1831, the Brigantine comet vanished while traveling from Cuba to New York. The weather was reported clear, and the crew was experienced. The ship was never seen again. Its disappearance might have been forgotten, but letters from passengers sent just before departure surfaced later, reminding families of what had been lost. Those words, filled with hope and plans for the future, became haunting reminders that the triangle had stolen not just ships, but stories. Dreams of arrival in New York were replaced by silence. For families, the comet wasn't a coincidence. It was another link in a chain of vanishings, stretching across decades. The letters kept its memory alive, proof that the people were real, their loss personal. In this way, the Bermuda Triangle wasn't just about missing vessels. It was about broken narratives, lives interrupted without explanation, hopes swallowed whole by an ocean that never spoke back. Long before the infamous USS Cyclops vanished in the 20th century, the 1800s gave smaller warnings. Several coal and supply ships disappeared along nearly identical routes, foreshadowing the military mysteries to come. Sailors noticed that these weren't storm losses or pirate captures. They were sudden silences, as if the ocean itself had cut the line. In hindsight, these smaller disappearances prepared the legend for what was coming. Families along the American coast began using the phrase "the dead water" to describe the route. Captains began carrying charms, crosses, or even vials of seawater from safer harbors, hoping for protection. The triangle was no longer just an inconvenience. It was feared as a pattern, a place that took not only merchant goods but also the very tools of a growing nation's trade. The 19th century was shaping the legend into something larger, something the next century would magnify beyond imagination. One recurring feature of 19th century reports was the disappearance of ships during storms that should have left debris. Families expected wreckage, planks, barrels, sails, to wash ashore after hurricanes or squalls. But in the Triangle, storms often left nothing. Ships went into them and never came out. Even after the skies cleared, no fragments floated in. To coastal communities, this was the strangest part of all. Storms, they could accept. Total absence, they could not. It seemed the Triangle didn't just sink ships, it erased them. This fed into growing suspicions that something beyond nature was at work. Ministers preached sermons about judgment, while sailors whispered of sea monsters. The absence of evidence became its own kind of evidence. In the Triangle, storms did more than destroy. They covered tracks so perfectly that nothing returned, and for those left waiting, that perfect silence was the most frightening outcome of all. By the 1880s, sailors openly compared stories and found patterns. The disappearances weren't random, they clustered along specific stretches, often near Bermuda itself or along the route toward Puerto Rico. Captains began noting these patterns in their journals, and younger sailors treated them as warnings. Families, too, recognized the names of routes that too often ended in silence. The legend gained shape not only in geography, but in memory. Absence itself became recognizable. The more the pattern repeated, the more it felt deliberate. For sailors, this wasn't just bad luck, it was personality. The sea here behaved like something alive, with moods and choices. It was an unnerving thought, but one they could not ignore. And with each repeated pattern, the triangle's reputation grew heavier, harder to shake off as rumor. It was becoming undeniable. This patch of water carried a shadow across every ship that entered it. As the 1800s came to an end, the Bermuda Triangle's reputation was fully established. From ghost ships like the Rosalie, to vanishings like the Atalanta, to tragedies like the city of Boston, the century had given the legend more fuel than ever. Families grieved, newspapers speculated, sailors muttered prayers. Scientists argued, but through it all, the silence remained. Ships vanished without reason, without wreckage, without goodbye. The Triangle was no longer just a place sailors feared. It had become a phenomenon that entire nations now recognized. And as the world moved into the 20th century, with larger ships, more passengers, and now aircraft crossing these skies, the mystery was only set to deepen. What had begun as whispers among sailors had grown into one of the most enduring enigmas of the modern world. The Bermuda Triangle was ready to write its next, even darker chapters. The winter of 1945 was supposed to bring closure to war. World War II had ended only months earlier, and thousands of young men who had flown combat missions across the Pacific were now back home. Training flights in Florida felt almost casual compared to the air battles they had survived overseas. On December 5, 1945, 5 Grumman TBM Avenger torpedo bombers lined up on the runway at Fort Lauderdale. They belonged to a program called Navigation Problem No. 1. The drill was straightforward: fly east over the Bahamas, turn north, and then cut back west to the Florida coast. A simple triangle route, practiced countless times before. The leader was Lieutenant Charles Carroll Taylor, a veteran of many missions. His crew consisted of young trainees, still learning but confident under his command. The day was clear, seas calm, with nothing unusual on the horizon. Families at home expected letters, perhaps a call before bedtime. None of them knew they were about to lose 27 men to silence. The planes departed at 2:10 p.m., engines humming steadily. Radio operators logged their progress. At first everything seemed routine, but not long into the mission, transmissions began to grow uneasy. Taylor's voice, clipped and controlled, reported compass problems. His instruments no longer agreed. One pointed northeast, another northwest. He believed they had strayed over the Florida Keys. In reality, they were still far east, near the Bahamas. His miscalculation, fueled by faulty navigation, became the seed of disaster. When a junior pilot suggested flying west, Taylor refused. He insisted west would lead them deeper into the Gulf of Mexico. His confidence carried authority, and the squadron obeyed, turning east instead of homeward. Minutes stretched into hours. Radio operators caught fragments of conversation, voices growing tense. One pilot was heard saying, "Everything looks strange, even the ocean." Another added, "We can't tell where the sky ends and the sea begins." Disorientation had taken hold. Taylor's commands became inconsistent. He ordered the men north, then east again, desperately trying to regain bearings. Clouds rolled in, daylight waned, and fuel gauges dropped steadily. At 5:50 p.m., Taylor transmitted that they were lost and running out of fuel. Ground control urged them to turn west. The voices faltered, static grew stronger, and the final words crackled through. "We are entering white water. Nothing seems right. We don't know where we are." After that, silence. Search efforts began immediately. More than 300 aircraft and ships combed the Atlantic. That very night, a massive PBM Mariner rescue plane, with 13 men aboard, launched from Florida. Within minutes, it too vanished. A tanker nearby reported a bright explosion in the sky, but no wreckage was ever identified. Two mysteries had layered atop one another. Flight 19 was gone. So was the rescue mission. The Navy investigated extensively, interviewing experts and combing through logs. Their report concluded that navigational error likely caused the disaster. Perhaps the Avengers had ditched at sea after running out of fuel. But the lack of debris troubled everyone. Normally crashes at sea leave floating wreckage, rafts, oil slicks, personal effects. Here nothing surfaced. Families were left with no graves, only uncertainty. Mothers wrote letters begging for answers. Wives clung to hope. Fathers searched newspaper clippings for clues. The silence was heavier than the ocean itself. Over time, Flight 19 grew into something larger than tragedy. It became the defining legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Books, magazines, and television specials repeated the story,
each emphasizing the chilling radio messages.
These weren't panicked men lost in a storm. They were disciplined pilots, describing a world that no longer made sense. Everything looked strange, one had said. It was as if the triangle itself had swallowed not just aircraft but reality. In total, 27 lives disappeared that day. 5 planes and 1 rescue aircraft left the runway in Florida and never returned. No wreckage, no survivors, no closure. Just a mystery that still echoes whenever people speak the name Bermuda Triangle. In March of 1918, during the final year of the First World War, the United States Navy lost one of its largest ships in a way that defied belief. The vessel was the USS Cyclops, a massive collier designed to haul coal and ore. She was over 500 feet long, broad across the beam, and carried more than 300 men. By size and design, she was considered nearly unsinkable. She had weathered storms, traveled thousands of miles, and stood as one of the most important ships in the Navy's growing fleet. Yet her final voyage would make her one of the greatest mysteries in maritime history. The Cyclops had been ordered to carry manganese ore, critical for steel production, from Brazil to Baltimore. She left Rio de Janeiro in February 1918 and made a scheduled stop in Barbados. Her cargo holds were full, her crew healthy, her engines running without complaint. The captain reported no issues when she departed Barbados on March 4th. That was the last anyone ever heard from her. The Cyclops never reached Baltimore. She never sent a distress call. She never appeared again. Over 300 men vanished, along with one of the largest vessels afloat at the time. When news reached Washington, panic rippled through families. The war was still on, and many immediately assumed German submarines had struck. U-boat warfare had haunted the Atlantic for years, but German naval records released after the war showed no such attack. The Cyclops had not been engaged. If she had been sunk, why had there been no explosion reported by nearby ships? Why had no debris washed ashore? With so much ore aboard, some argued the cargo had shifted, capsizing the ship. Yet experts countered that a ship that large, with multiple compartments, would not sink so quickly without sending a single call for help. The Navy launched an exhaustive investigation. They interviewed sailors who had served on the Cyclops before, searched for weaknesses in her design, and studied her last known course. Their final report offered no conclusion. The only words that seemed honest were chilling. The ship is lost, cause unknown. Even President Woodrow Wilson commented on the tragedy, stating, "Only God and the sea know what happened to the great ship." For families, that was no comfort. Wives and mothers in Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York kept lamps burning, waiting for news. Children asked when their fathers would return. Letters arrived weeks late, unopened, because the men they were written for were gone. The absence left more than grief. It left a void, a silence that seemed almost deliberate. The Cyclops' disappearance remains the single largest non-combat loss of life in US naval history. To this day, not a scrap of confirmed wreckage has been found. Divers have searched, sonar has scanned, but the ocean floor has yielded nothing. The sea has kept its secret. Adding to the unease, the Triangle would claim 2 sister ships of the Cyclops years later, the Proteus in 1941 and the Nereus in 1941, also vanished without trace, while carrying heavy ore through nearly the same waters. 3 nearly identical ships, 3 similar cargoes, 3 vanishings. The pattern was too close to dismiss. For skeptics, cargo shift might explain it. For believers, the Bermuda Triangle had revealed its appetite once more. The USS Cyclops was not a schooner or a fishing boat. It was a ship too large to lose, and yet it is gone, with 300 lives swallowed by silence, leaving only a line in history where a vessel should have been. In late January of 1921, a 5-masted schooner called the Carroll A. Deering ran aground on Diamond Shoals off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. She was nearly 200 feet long, a sturdy vessel built for hauling coal, crewed by experienced men, and returning north from a routine voyage to the Caribbean. For days, the seas were too rough for rescuers to board. When the surf finally calmed and men climbed aboard, what they found startled them. Sails were partly set, as if someone had adjusted them in a hurry. The binnacle stood open, charts lay scattered across the table. A meal had been prepared in the galley, but left untouched. The captain's quarters were empty. The logbook was missing, the lifeboats were gone, and most unsettling of all, the entire crew had vanished. The Deering stood intact, but utterly silent, a ship waiting for sailors who would never return. The Coast Guard launched an investigation that stretched on for months. They interviewed captains who had passed the Deering on her northbound journey from Barbados. One reported that the man he saw at the wheel didn't look like the ship's regular officer. Others gave conflicting details about her course. Investigators mapped currents, studied winds, and tried to piece together the ship's final hours. The first theory considered was mutiny. Trouble had been reported between the captain and his first mate, who had once been jailed in port during the voyage. Yet nothing on deck suggested violence. Provisions were neatly stowed, personal belongings were in order, and there were no marks of struggle. If mutiny had occurred, why would the crew abandon a seaworthy vessel within sight of the coast? Piracy was the next explanation. The 1920s had brought prohibition, and rum runners often prowled the Carolina coast. But nothing valuable was missing. The cargo had not been looted, and there were no bullet holes or signs of gunfire. Disease was considered as well, yet the medical chest was unopened, and the ship carried no records of sickness. Some argued that a storm forced the men into lifeboats, but the weather that week, though rough, was not severe enough to tear seasoned sailors from a vessel of that size. The hull told a quieter story. The Deering had been steered, deliberately, onto the shoals. She had not been driven by wind alone. Newspapers across the East Coast seized on the case. Photographs of the empty ship printed in Baltimore, New York, and Boston made the mystery feel personal. Families of the missing crew stared at those images, searching for comfort that never came. For weeks, relatives walked beaches hoping to find lifeboats, scraps of clothing, or even a name board carried in by the tide. But the ocean gave nothing back. It had erased the middle of the story, and returned only the ending. A ship on sand, abandoned. Later researchers proposed new theories. Perhaps a rogue wave struck at night, and the crew abandoned ship believing land was close. Perhaps another vessel struck the Deering in the dark and forced an evacuation. Perhaps haze around the Cape Hatteras light misled the men into thinking they were nearer to safety. Yet every explanation left questions unanswered. If lifeboats had been lowered, why were no flares reported by stations along the coast? If a collision had occurred, why was there no damage? If they rowed away, why did no trace of them ever wash ashore? Locals soon folded the Deering into their own stories. Fishermen told children that on misty mornings, a grey lattice of masts could be seen just beyond the breakers. Beachcombers swore that on still days, the sound of a hatch slamming echoed from a ship that no longer existed. Whether those tales were true or not, they reflected the ache the wreck left behind. Not terror, but incompleteness, a ship abandoned mid-gesture. Today, the Carroll A. Deering remains in archives as one of the great American ghost ship mysteries. A galley left warm, a chart spread open, lifeboats missing, crew gone. It is the Bermuda Triangle's favorite kind of story. Ordinary details that refuse to make sense. Cape Hatteras learned the tale first, then the nation, and finally the world. And each time those photographs are reprinted, the same question rises again. Soft as surf, where did everybody go? And why did the ship feel like it was still waiting for them to come back? The 1940s should have marked the age of safer travel. Aircraft had crossed oceans during the war, proving their reliability. Airlines opened new routes, promising passengers a future where distance shrank, and journeys that once took weeks by sea could now be made in hours. But in January 1948, that optimism faltered when the British South American Airways plane Star Tiger approached Bermuda and disappeared. The Star Tiger carried 31 passengers and crew. The flight was routine from the Azores to Bermuda, then onward. Weather reports at the time described mild conditions, nothing unusual beyond scattered winds. Yet, as the aircraft neared its destination, radio contact faded. At 3:15 a.m., a routine position message placed the plane about 2 hours out, then silence. No distress calls, no mayday, no cries for help. The plane never arrived. Search teams scoured the sea, but found nothing. No wreckage, no bodies, no oil slicks. For the families waiting in Bermuda, it was as if the aircraft had stepped out of existence. The loss rattled both the airline and the public. Passengers on the Star Tiger included not only tourists, but also military veterans, men and women confident in aviation's promise. To lose them without explanation shook faith in flight itself. Investigators proposed fuel problems or strong headwinds, yet none of these theories explained the total absence of debris. Even small crashes at sea usually left fragments. Here there was nothing. Barely a year later, almost the same tragedy repeated itself. In January 1949, the Star Ariel, another aircraft from the same airline, vanished while flying from Bermuda to Jamaica. 20 passengers and crew were aboard. The weather was clear, the pilot experienced, and communications normal. At 9:42 a.m., a cheerful message announced the plane was cruising smoothly at 18,000 feet. Minutes later, silence. The Star Ariel never landed. Search planes swept the route, but once again, no trace was found. 2 disappearances, back to back, both tied to Bermuda. To many, it was more than coincidence. Theories multiplied. Some suggested mechanical faults unique to that line of aircraft. Others argued sabotage, but nothing conclusive ever surfaced. To the public, the Bermuda Triangle had expanded from sea to sky. It was no longer just ghost ships and drifting schooners. Now, modern airliners could vanish without leaving even a cushion on the waves. Families grieved in silence. Children in London waited for parents who would never return. Husbands wrote letters that never reached their wives. The lack of wreckage meant no closure. People could only imagine the last moments of the Star Tiger and Star Ariel, flying steady 1 minute, gone the next. For skeptics, these disappearances could be explained by human error or mechanical failure. But for those who already believed in the triangle's strange power, they were proof. Proof that this patch of ocean was not only dangerous, it was unpredictable in ways that science could not measure. In the years that followed, other aircraft would pass safely through the region, but the shadow remained. The names Star Tiger and Star Ariel became shorthand for aviation's unsolved mysteries, whispered reminders that progress could not always outfly the unknown. And for every pilot who set a course near Bermuda, there was always a flicker of unease, a quiet thought they never said aloud. What if it happens again? In December 1948, only weeks before Christmas, a Douglas DC-3 passenger plane lifted off from San Juan, Puerto Rico, heading for Miami. On board were 32 people, passengers and crew, expecting an ordinary nighttime flight of just a few hours. Families in Florida prepared to greet them at the airport. The weather was clear, the plane was well maintained, and the pilot, Captain Robert Lindquist, was experienced. Everything about the journey suggested routine. But the DC-3 never arrived. In its final moments, the aircraft sent a brief transmission. It was 50 miles from Miami, flying normally. After that, silence. Air traffic controllers waited for the landing lights, but the plane never appeared. Radar, primitive at the time, showed nothing unusual. Search planes scoured the waters off Florida for days. Coast Guard cutters crisscrossed the Gulf Stream, yet no wreckage surfaced. No seats, no life vests, no oil slicks. 32 lives had vanished just minutes from land. The disappearance stunned the nation. A DC-3 was one of the most dependable aircraft of its era, a workhorse used in both war and peace. To lose one so close to home seemed impossible. Investigators considered every possibility. They wondered if the plane had run out of fuel, but logs showed enough reserves to reach Miami. They checked weather charts, but skies had been calm. They considered sabotage, but no group ever claimed responsibility. Every theory fell short because the most obvious evidence, wreckage, never appeared. Families clung to hope for days, convinced their loved ones might have landed somewhere undetected. Rumors spread that the plane had been forced down on a remote island, its passengers stranded. But as the weeks passed, hope faded. The Atlantic, only miles from Florida's shores, had swallowed the DC-3 whole. What made this disappearance different was its proximity. The Bermuda Triangle was often thought of as distant, far out in the open Atlantic. Here the mystery unfolded within sight of the Florida coast. Residents along Miami Beach stood on shore during search operations, staring at the horizon. How could a large passenger plane simply vanish so close to home? For the families, grief turned quickly into disbelief. One mother, waiting at Miami's airport, described watching the crowd thin night after night, until only a handful of relatives remained. "We just want something," she said. "A piece of fabric, a sign, anything." None came. The story of the DC-3 entered the growing legend of the Bermuda Triangle with more weight than many others. It wasn't a schooner from the 1800s, or a wartime convoy lost in bad weather. It was a modern passenger plane, flying a routine route, with dozens of ordinary men, women and children aboard. Their absence struck harder because it was so ordinary. People across the United States saw themselves in those passengers. They could have been businessmen, teachers, students, or tourists. If such a plane could vanish without trace, then anyone could vanish. Over the years, new theories emerged. Some suggested electrical failures. Others pointed to reports of bright lights seen over the water that night, wondering if the DC-3 encountered something unearthly. None of these ideas carried proof. The case remains officially unsolved, recorded as another entry in aviation's strangest logbook. For the Bermuda Triangle, the DC-3 loss marked a turning point. It proved that disappearances could happen in full view of modern airports, in clear skies, and just minutes from safety. The ocean had no need for storms or shadows. Sometimes it seemed, it only needed silence. Not long after the world had settled into peace, following the Great Wars, a passenger vessel departed the Caribbean, bound for the United States. It carried families returning home, businessmen traveling for work, and a handful of crew who had spent their lives moving people safely across seas. The weather at departure was steady. The vessel itself was well known, not old, not experimental, and inspected thoroughly before leaving port. The voyage was supposed to last only a few days. It never reached its destination. Radio operators expected to hear routine messages during the journey, coordinates, updates, perhaps a cheerful greeting from the captain. Instead, silence stretched. At first the absence was dismissed. Radio sometimes failed, storms sometimes interrupted lines. But when the scheduled arrival date passed and the harbour remained empty, worry deepened. Families lined docksides, waiting for faces they would never see again. Hours turned to days, and the ship remained missing. The Coast Guard dispatched search vessels, combing the waters along the most likely routes. Aircraft traced wide circles in the skies above, looking for lifeboats or floating debris. Nothing appeared, not a fragment of hull, not a wooden board, not even a drifting life ring. It was as if the ship had been erased. Officials struggled for explanations. Perhaps it had struck a sudden storm, but no such storm had been reported by other ships in the area. Perhaps there had been an onboard fire, but that would have left floating debris, which never surfaced. The newspapers carried the story quickly. To ordinary readers, it was haunting to imagine such a large vessel gone without a whisper. These were not isolated sailors, nor small fishing boats caught in rough weather. These were families in cabins, men and women dressed for dinner, children asleep in their bunks. To think of them silenced mid-journey was to imagine the sea as a living thing, taking not only bodies but entire stories away from the world. For survivors on land, the wives, mothers, brothers and children left behind, the lack of evidence was the hardest part. There were no funerals to arrange, no graves to tend. They waited for word that never came, clinging to rumors of survivors reaching distant islands. Those rumors faded, replaced only with the truth of absence. Maritime investigators logged the disappearance, but their reports ended the same way so many did in this region. Lost, cause unknown. The official record could not offer closure. Instead, it joined a growing list of vanishings along the same stretch of ocean. What unsettled many at the time was how ordinary the voyage had seemed. Calm seas, a strong ship, experienced crew, dozens of witnesses expecting a safe arrival. Yet the Bermuda waters had claimed another story, one that left behind nothing but empty chairs at family tables and unanswered questions in logbooks. For the legend of the Triangle, this disappearance deepened the idea that it did not matter how advanced the ship was, or how routine the journey might seem. Ordinary rules did not apply here. In these waters, the ocean sometimes spoke in silence, and its silence was final. In the years following the end of global war, trade routes across the Atlantic filled again with freighters carrying ore, coal, and grain. One such ship, a solid steel vessel, with decades of dependable service, departed from South America on a routine trip north. Her holds were full, her engines steady, her captain seasoned. The weather was gentle at departure, the seas cooperative. The journey should have been simple. Instead, the freighter became another name in the long line of vanishings that turned a patch of the Atlantic into legend. For days after its scheduled arrival, families waited at docksides. In Baltimore, in New York, in Charleston, wives stood with children in their arms, watching the horizon. Radio stations along the coast expected to receive check-ins as the ship neared port. None came. Hours turned into days, days stretched into weeks, and officials were forced to declare the vessel missing. The crew, more than 60 men, were gone without trace. Investigators searched. Planes flew grid patterns across the shipping lanes, their crews leaning out windows in hopes of spotting lifeboats. Coast Guard cutters cut through the Gulf Stream, watching for barrels or wooden crates that might drift from a broken hull. Nothing surfaced. The ocean offered silence, as it so often did in these cases. There were no distress calls, no SOS, no message in a bottle, just a vanished freighter that had weighed anchor in one port and never reached the next. Speculation filled the vacuum left behind. Some suggested a sudden structural failure, though this was a vessel known for its durability. Others argued the cargo could have shifted in rough seas, capsizing the freighter in minutes. But such an event should have left floating wreckage. None appeared. A darker suggestion lingered too, that the Triangle itself had claimed the ship, not by storm or sabotage, but by something more difficult to name. For the families, speculation brought little comfort. Newspapers carried headlines about the vanished freighter, but headlines did not explain empty chairs at dinner tables. Children were told their fathers had gone missing at sea, a phrase both too simple and too cruel. Wives wrote letters long after the ship was gone, holding on to hope that perhaps survivors had drifted to a distant island. But the silence persisted, and eventually the letters stopped. What unsettled people most was the ordinariness of the voyage. News was not a vessel caught in hurricane season. This was not a rusting hulk, limping along a dangerous route. This was an ordinary freighter, on an ordinary run, through waters so heavily traveled, that someone should have seen something. The very absence of witnesses, of signals, of debris, made the story more haunting. It was as if the ship had sailed into an invisible curtain and been erased. In maritime archives, the entry remains brief. Missing, cause unknown. That phrase appears so often in connection with this stretch of sea, that it almost becomes a refrain. Each time, it leaves behind a heavier echo. The freighter's crew never returned, and the Atlantic once again refused to explain itself. As the age of passenger air travel expanded, the public believed that larger planes with professional crews meant safety. Ocean liners of the skies, they were called. Flying hotels that promised steady meals, wide cabins, and journeys measured in hours instead of weeks. One such liner left Bermuda one bright morning, bound for Kingston. The passengers waved from cabin windows as the plane taxied forward. The weather was fair, skies nearly cloudless. The pilots radioed confidently that all systems were normal. Yet before the day was done, every one of those passengers was gone. The flight's early progress seemed unremarkable. Radio towers heard steady check-ins as it climbed and leveled. Messages were routine, the kind controllers barely noticed after logging them. Then halfway to Jamaica, a final transmission. Altitude, speed, conditions all fine. Minutes later, silence. Not a distress call, not a whisper of trouble, just the sudden end of a voice that had sounded calm only moments earlier. At first, controllers believed it was a technical problem. They expected the plane to reappear, lining up for approach. Families gathered at the airport, waited patiently, unaware of the mounting tension in the control tower. As the scheduled arrival time passed, worry grew. Search planes launched within hours, fanning out across the expected route. The waters between Bermuda and the Caribbean were scoured from horizon to horizon. No wreckage was sighted, not a seat cushion, not a life vest, not even a thin oil sheen across the water. The airline announced the loss formally the next day. 20 lives erased without explanation. For the families, grief hardened into disbelief. They had spoken to loved ones only hours earlier. Some had telegrams stamped the morning of departure, proof of ordinary conversations that now read like final words. To hear that the plane had not even sent a mayday felt impossible. Experienced pilots were trained to call for help in every emergency. The fact that no call came suggested something sudden, something catastrophic, or something else entirely. Speculation turned quickly toward mechanical failure. Engines could seize, fuel lines could freeze. But investigators argued that at least fragments should have remained. Others wondered if sabotage played a role. Yet there were no threats, no confessions, no claims from political groups. A quieter group of voices whispered another idea, that the triangle had shown its hand again. These passengers had flown into a region already marked by vanishings, and like others before them, had slipped into silence. For months the story lingered in newspapers. Some headlines leaned into science, trying to calm readers with talk of fuel problems. Others leaned into mystery, calling it a ghost flight. Both versions left the same gap, families without answers. Airports placed memorial flowers near departure gates. Children stared at the sky, asking when the plane might return. To the public, the disappearance joined a growing pattern. Flight 19 had been lost in confusion. The freighters had been swallowed in storms or calm seas. Now modern airliners vanished in daylight, with skilled crews at the controls. The legend of the Bermuda Triangle no longer belonged to sailors alone. It belonged to every traveler who stepped into the sky above those waters, carrying with them the unspoken fear that they might never step down again. When navies turned to submarines as the hidden weapons of the sea, the public believed these steel machines were unstoppable. They slipped beneath the waves, unseen and unheard, gliding through darkness with their periscopes cutting thin lines across the surface. Yet even the strongest steel carried its limits, and in the waters of the Bermuda Triangle, one submarine became a reminder that invisibility came at a cost. The vessel departed on what should have been an uneventful patrol. Its engines rumbled steadily, its crew numbered in the dozens, and its orders were routine: sail, observe, return. Submariners knew their work was lonely. Weeks could pass in silence, broken only by the sound of propellers and the smell of recycled air. But silence was not unusual for a submarine. What mattered was that, at the end of every mission, they surfaced again, breaking through waves to meet the daylight. On this mission, they never returned. Days passed with no word. Radio operators who should have heard scheduled check-ins recorded only static. Commanders on shore grew restless, then alarmed. They dispatched ships to comb the patrol line, certain they would find some trace. An oil slick, a fragment, a drifting life raft. Nothing appeared. The ocean looked unchanged, unbothered, as though it had simply closed over the submarine and moved on. For the families, the waiting was unbearable. Submariners were already ghosts of a sort, hidden beneath the sea where their loved ones could not imagine them. To lose them to silence made that ghostliness permanent. Wives stood on piers scanning horizons they knew their husbands would never rise from. Children traced drawings of submarines, asking when their fathers would come home. Commanders offered explanations that sounded hollow, perhaps mechanical failure, perhaps fire in the engine room, perhaps a hull breach. But no answer was backed by evidence. The submarine was gone, its crew sealed forever in a steel coffin that no one could locate. In the decades since, speculation has grown. Some researchers argue that methane eruptions from the seafloor could create invisible traps, robbing submarines of buoyancy and pulling them down before crews had time to react. Others blame navigational errors, pointing to the Triangle's reputation for magnetic anomalies. Skeptics say submarines are fragile by nature, vulnerable to even minor malfunctions. But in the minds of those who remember, explanations are weaker than absence. No wreckage has been confirmed. No sonar sweep has ever mapped the lost hull. The men remain missing, their resting place unknown. The loss of this submarine carries a symbolic weight for the legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Ships and planes are visible. When they vanish, people expect at least a clue. But submarines are already invisible, already secretive. For one to vanish in these waters seemed almost too perfect a story, as if the ocean had chosen the most fitting metaphor. A machine built to hide had been hidden forever. Today, the submarine is remembered in naval records with only a brief entry: failed to return, presumed lost. A line of text for dozens of human lives. For families, that line never sufficed. They needed an answer. The Bermuda Triangle gave them none. And so the story endures, told not in headlines but in silences. Silences as deep and final as the waters where the submarine still sleeps. Naval officers trusted their steel-hulled giants. These ships carried the weight of nations. Guns mounted high, engines deep below, crews drilled in discipline and order. They were designed to cross oceans, to endure storms, to represent power wherever they anchored. And yet, even such giants could disappear inside the waters that sailors quietly called cursed. One warship, loaded with supplies and staffed by men who had survived battle, left its Caribbean harbor on a course toward the United States. The crew waved to families on shore, promising to be home within days. They were never seen again. For the first day, reports seemed ordinary. The ship passed through calm seas, sending brief radio acknowledgements back to base. These were not conversations, only check-ins, the way one might wave from a distance to show everything was fine. Then, mid-journey, the reports stopped. Officers on land waited for the next message. None came. At first, they blamed static or interference. But as hours stretched into days, silence grew heavier. When the ship missed its arrival window, alarms sounded. Search vessels deployed, cutting across routes the warship should have followed. No trace was found. Families crowded docksides, staring at waters that looked deceptively calm. Some prayed aloud, others simply waited in silence. Mothers held children who asked questions no one could answer. Wives pressed letters against their chests, written only days earlier, by men who had joked about bringing home gifts. In ports along the eastern seaboard, the absence was immediate, a wound that no bandage could cover. Theories flooded in. Some argued the ship had rolled suddenly in rough current, dragged down before distress signals could be sent. Others whispered of enemy submarines, still prowling long after wars had ended, striking unseen. But wreckage tells its own story, and none was ever recovered. No oil, no wood, no metal. It was as if the vessel had sailed into air. The Navy logged its disappearance with the same careful words used too often. Lost at sea, cause unknown. Behind those words hid the truth: confusion, embarrassment, helplessness. Commanders had no explanation to give grieving families. To them, silence was worse than defeat. In later years, researchers revisited the case. Some noted the ship's route traced directly across the triangle's central corridor. Others pointed to compasses failing in similar incidents, wondering if navigational error had carried the vessel into waters too deep for recovery. A few speculated about sudden rogue waves, walls of water rising taller than buildings and striking without warning. But none of these theories erased the fact that hundreds of square miles had been searched with no result. For those left behind, speculation mattered little. Children grew into adults who never knew the truth of what happened. Wives became widows without graves, and sailors who had once raised toasts to courage and survival became names on plaques, remembered only in ceremonies where silence said more than speeches. The warship's disappearance reinforced what sailors already believed. Size and strength offered no guarantee. The triangle could take schooners, it could take freighters, and it could take warships armed to the teeth. To the ocean, steel was no shield. Even today, naval records carry the case with formality. But among seamen, the story is told differently. Not as a line in a logbook, but as a warning. A warship had entered waters everyone feared, and it had not returned. The sea had closed its mouth, leaving no trace. And once more the triangle had written its story in absence. Long after Flight 19 had vanished, the Navy still sent patrol aircraft across the Caribbean skies with confidence. These planes were built for endurance. They carried long wings, heavy engines, and radar equipment meant to search for submarines far below. Their crews were seasoned, men used to hours of monotonous scanning, men who understood how to track vessels that wanted to remain unseen. On one patrol, a flight lifted off under calm skies, assigned a route that should have taken less than half a day. It was expected to check in periodically, noting positions and weather. Instead, its signal ended abruptly, leaving behind nothing but a few minutes of static. At first, controllers thought it was a radio fault. Equipment often failed in heat and salt air. They logged the silence but assumed another message would follow. None did. Hours passed, and the aircraft failed to arrive at its next checkpoint. By nightfall, search procedures were underway. Naval vessels swept wide arcs, radios crackled with call signs, and other aircraft traced possible routes. The ocean remained blank. No fire in the sky, no oil streak on the waves, no smoke drifting toward the horizon. The patrol plane had simply ceased to exist. For families on base, the waiting was unbearable. Wives stood near telephones, dreading the knock at the door that would confirm what they already feared. Children were told their fathers were delayed, though the word rang hollow when no updates came. In officers' clubs, silence settled heavy over men who had flown the same routes themselves. If a patrol plane could vanish in daylight, what protection did their own experience offer? Investigators scoured the logs. The last words transmitted were calm, routine, describing nothing unusual. Weather reports confirmed visibility. Radar on nearby ships had shown nothing out of the ordinary. Theories grew in the absence of evidence. Perhaps sudden mechanical failure, a fuel line rupture, an engine fire, perhaps disorientation leading to a slow descent into the sea. Yet both should have left some trace, some flotsam for searchers to find. They found nothing. The disappearance echoed earlier losses. Only a few years before, a PBM Mariner rescue plane had itself vanished while searching for Flight 19. That memory remained raw, and now it seemed history was repeating. To sailors and airmen, the pattern was unmistakable. Once aircraft entered this stretch of sky, they sometimes never came back. For the broader public, reports of the missing patrol plane reinforced the idea that the Bermuda Triangle was not superstition. It was happening in modern times, with modern machines, under the watch of the most powerful navy in the world. If the navy could not explain the loss of its own aircraft, what chance did anyone else have? The official report, filed months later, used the same words seen too often: presumed lost at sea, cause unknown. It added no comfort to the families. For them, the absence was a wound that never closed. Children grew up remembering the day their father's plane never landed. Wives became widows without certainty. The silence of that empty sky stretched across generations. For the legend of the Triangle, the case added another dimension. Ships could sink, schooners could drift, But when heavy modern aircraft with radar and radios could vanish without trace, the mystery felt larger, more permanent. The ocean had claimed another story, and once again, it left no explanation, only absence. Naval carriers often traveled with escorts, smaller ships that patrolled nearby, watching for threats, relaying signals, and carrying supplies. These escorts were not glamorous. They did not have the vast decks of aircraft carriers or the firepower of battleships, but they were essential, steady, and trusted by the men aboard them. One such escort left a Caribbean harbor on a supply run. Its destination was not far. Its journey was routine, but somewhere between departure and arrival, the escort ship was lost. For the first hours, reports were regular. Radio towers picked up check-ins, dry, clipped transmissions confirming coordinates. But late into the journey, the radio fell silent. Control stations waited for the next signal. None came. When the scheduled arrival passed, alarms rose. Larger ships began retracing the escort's course. Planes flew out in search, their crews straining for a glimpse of debris. The ocean answered with nothing. What unsettled commanders most was the lack of distress. An escort ship carried trained sailors, drilled to send warnings in seconds. If fire had broken out, they would have called. If enemy action had struck, they would have signaled. But there was nothing. The ocean seemed to have taken the ship whole, without granting even a final message. For the families, the silence was sharper than grief. Mothers lined post office steps, waiting for telegrams that eventually arrived with the dreaded words, "Missing, presumed lost." Children grew up hearing stories of fathers who had vanished, not in war, not in storm, but in calm seas close to home. The widows gathered in church halls, their sorrow heavier for the lack of answers. Speculation spread among sailors. Some said the escort had struck a hidden shoal, but the waters were too deep. Others believed a sudden wave had overwhelmed the deck, capsizing the ship before any signal could be sent. Still others whispered about magnetic faults, instruments failing, confusion spreading, until the crew unknowingly sailed into waters from which they could not return. But none of these ideas satisfied the simple fact that no wreckage was ever recovered. Naval archives recorded the loss with the same formality used for other disappearances. Presumed sunk, cause unknown. The phrase offered no comfort. It was an ending without a story, a conclusion without explanation. Officers spoke of the escort in briefings, but always with unease. It had been their duty to keep ships like this safe. Now one was gone, and they could not explain why. For those who believe in the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, this case carried weight because of its discipline. The men aboard were not fishermen or merchant captains. They were sailors in uniform, drilled in procedure, trained to record every event. If they vanished without explanation, then perhaps the mystery was larger than chance. Perhaps the sea itself carried rules that no human order could withstand. Even today, the loss of that escort is told less as an official record, and more as a caution whispered from one sailor to another. They say it slipped away quietly, the way a shadow leaves a room when the lamp goes out. And in that silence, the Triangle wrote another chapter in its story of vanishing steel and unanswered questions. Luxury yachts often drew wealthy owners into the turquoise waters of the Caribbean. These were not fishing boats or cargo freighters, but sleek vessels built for pleasure. Crews were small, passengers relaxed, and the journeys were meant to feel like escape from the noise of life on land. One such yacht left Miami on what was supposed to be a short voyage, just a few days at sea, a circle through calm islands, and then a return to the glittering city. But that yacht, with all its passengers and crew, never came home. The departure had been joyful. Families on the dock waved as champagne glasses clinked on the deck. The yacht moved steadily south, gleaming in the sun. Early messages sent back to port described calm waters, pleasant breezes, and evenings where music drifted across the deck as the sun slid into the horizon. Then, mid-journey, the reports stopped. Radio stations expected position updates that never arrived. Calls went unanswered. The yacht, so visible in its beauty, had become invisible overnight. When the scheduled return date passed, families began to worry. Coast Guard vessels were dispatched, circling the predicted route. Helicopters hovered over turquoise shallows, scanning for hulls, but the sea gave back nothing. Not a board, not a life vest, not even a glass bottle. The silence was unbearable. For those waiting ashore, disbelief turned to dread. These were not sailors hardened to danger. They were holidaymakers, professionals and families who had boarded with laughter and expectation. Their disappearance was a reminder that the triangle did not choose its victims by rank or experience. It took with equal indifference. Theories circled quickly. Some suggested a sudden squall, though weather charts showed no storms nearby. Others argued that mechanical failure had doomed the yacht. But even mechanical failure leaves evidence: debris scattered, flares sent skyward, survivors clinging to wreckage. None appeared. The vessel had sailed into open water and vanished as though swallowed whole. For newspapers, the disappearance was irresistible. Photographs of smiling passengers on the yacht's deck were reprinted with captions like "Lost in Paradise." Readers far from the Caribbean were haunted by the ordinariness of the faces. People who looked like neighbors, relatives, even themselves. The thought that leisure and luxury could end in silence unsettled more than just sailors. The legend of the Bermuda Triangle deepened in that absence. It wasn't only cargo ships and military planes. It wasn't only sailors or soldiers. It was anyone, at any time. To board a vessel that passed through those waters was to take a gamble, whether or not you believed in curses. Families continued to wait, lighting candles in churches, sending prayers across oceans. Some whispered that survivors might still be alive, cast away on some hidden island. But weeks passed and months, and hope dissolved. The ocean had written its story in silence once again, and no one could edit what was missing. For the Triangle's long history of disappearances, the loss of a yacht seemed small in scale, but its impact was outsized because it was personal. These were not anonymous names in a cargo log. These were faces in photographs, smiles frozen just before absence, and that made the silence echo louder, reminding everyone that the sea could claim anyone, even those who set out only for joy. Tourists often trusted small charter flights to hop between islands. These planes carried only a handful of passengers, usually families or couples looking for quick travel rather than long ferry rides. They were piloted by men who knew the region well, airmen who could navigate reefs, read cloud lines, and land on short airstrips tucked into narrow coasts. One such flight departed from a sunny island airfield, its cabin filled with chatter and the scent of salt still clinging to clothing. The pilot promised a short ride, barely an hour. Luggage was stowed, seatbelts clipped, and the propellers spun into a steady rhythm. The aircraft lifted cleanly into blue sky. It was never seen again. Air controllers received a routine check-in not long after takeoff. The pilot reported clear weather, steady altitude, no problems to note. His voice sounded calm, confident, familiar. Minutes later, silence. Controllers repeated his call sign over and over. Static filled the channel, then nothing. At first, they assumed interference, but when the scheduled landing window passed and the runway lights waited in vain, alarms spread. Search planes were launched, zigzagging across open water. Coast Guard cutters churned white paths through the waves. No wreckage was found. For the families waiting at the destination, disbelief came first. Tourists expecting their friends and relatives stood at the airport, peering through glass windows, as if the plane might still descend from clouds. Children held balloons, spouses held flowers. When the announcement came that the aircraft had been declared missing, grief mixed with shock. How could a short flight, in calm weather, vanish without warning? Investigators proposed mechanical failure, a sudden stall, perhaps, or engine seizure. But pilots are trained to broadcast distress in seconds. No mayday had ever been sent. Others argued the plane might have encountered a sudden downdraft, dragging it toward the sea. Yet even in such cases, debris is usually recovered. The total absence of floating seats or life jackets baffled searchers. It was as if the aircraft had dissolved into air. For the public, the story struck hard because it was intimate. These were not anonymous cargo crews or distant military personnel. They were tourists, ordinary people on holiday, caught in a mystery larger than themselves. Photographs of smiling passengers circulated in newspapers, paired with headlines that spoke of vanishing skies. Readers felt the weight of possibility that this could have been their own families, on a quick hop between islands. In time, the official record closed with the familiar phrase, "Missing, cause unknown." That phrase, repeated again and again across decades, had become the signature of the Bermuda Triangle. To families, it felt like abandonment, an attempt to finalize what was unfathomable. The legend grew stronger in the silence. The triangle had claimed ships, warplanes, freighters, and yachts. Now it claimed the most personal kind of journey, a family holiday flight. It showed once again that the mystery cared little for context. Rich or poor, trained or untrained, soldier or tourist, the silence treated them all the same. Today, the charter's absence is remembered less in archives than in family albums, where blank pages remain, where vacation photographs should have been. A plane lifted into a bright morning, and the world never saw it again. The triangle had written another chapter, one where the pages ended too soon. For centuries, fishermen had worked the waters around the Bahamas, Bermuda, and Florida. They knew every shoal, every reef, every current. Their boats were small, their nets heavy, and their lives hard, but the sea was their livelihood. Most voyages ended as they always had, nets hauled in at dawn, the decks slick with silver fish, laughter rising on the docks as neighbors traded stories, and families counted the day's pay. The rhythms of those coastal towns were measured in tides and market hours. But one season, an entire small fleet sailed for the same line of current that had produced bountiful catches before, and they never came home. It began with the familiar scenes of departure, wives waving, children running along the piers, a few men joking about who would bring the largest haul. The boats steamed south in a neat pattern, engines ticking in the midday heat. Initial radio checks returned the expected updates: position, weather, nets filling. Then, after a day, a scheduled message from one captain failed to arrive. Another ship reported a damaged net and an unexpected detour. For sailors, those events are not unusual. Boats occasionally delayed each other. Fishermen sometimes sheltered in a cove for a night. But as hours passed and more check-ins went silent, unease grew. At first, the reaction was practical. Nearby boats cut patterns through the water, skiffs put to sea with lanterns at dawn. Neighbors checked coves and inlets where men might shelter and wait out a squall. The Coast Guard launched cutters and reconnaissance planes, drawing wide arcs over banks and deeper channels. Pilots pressed binoculars to their foreheads and ran call signs over frequencies, hearts steady with the work they had rehearsed. But the sea gave nothing back. No overturned hulls, no tangled nets on reefs, no oars drifting slowly toward a shore. Reconnaissance pilots reported calm surfaces and ordinary currents. Sonar runs found no sudden wreckage fields. The lack of physical evidence deepened the alarm. In small fishing communities, every loss is both personal and financial. The missing men were breadwinners. The absence of boats meant unpaid loans and unpaid tabs at local shops. Grocery shelves saw fewer purchases. Children who had expected to grow into their father's trades found homework and chores replacing apprenticeship on deck. Churches held vigils and lit candles. Neighbors brought what food they could carry and offered places to sleep. As the days became weeks, the practical anxieties layered onto grief. For many families, silence became the cruelest part because hope and pain existed in the same room. Speculation spread quickly. Some blamed sudden localized weather, those fierce micro-squalls that rise out of blue sky and batter small craft beyond recognition. Veteran captains argued these could overwhelm a hand-sized skiff. Others proposed more technical ideas: sudden eddies or whirlpools, unanticipated gas releases from beneath the seafloor that might reduce water density and sink vessels rapidly, or even a previously uncharted reef that could shred hulls before any distress call could be issued. Investigators tested meteorological logs and consulted oceanographers. The weather for that window had not registered storms severe enough to account for multiple losses. Satellite coverage at the time was sparse and inconclusive. and tests for methane seep activity revealed known deposits, but no documented eruption to match the vanishings. As official searches stretched on, the vanished fleet became a label journalists used with grim fascination. Reporters interviewed widows, children, and the few surviving mates who had not sailed that season. Those interviews revealed faces and names behind the statistics: men who had taught sons to splice rope, women who had slept with radios on at night, elders who remembered similar, more localized disappearances from earlier generations. Their recollections blended practical warning: never sail alone on that line after the east wind, with ritual gestures once used to ask the sea for mercy, small offerings tossed at dawn by hands steady with habit. Local economies weakened. Markets that expected weekly hauls received empty crates. Some small operators sold remaining boats to stay afloat. Others pooled what savings remained to support widows and children. Aid trickled in from church collections and relief organizations, but the scale of need outstripped the resources of tight-knit communities. Schools felt the absence of those who might have joined the next generation of fishers. The entire cultural rhythm of a town shifted as preparation for the next season included quieter farewells and stricter safety briefings. Investigators compiled models. They mapped likely drift trajectories using winds and the Gulf Stream's force. They estimated where floating material should have washed up or congregated. They deployed sonar sweeps across possible impact corridors and photographed the seafloor where depth allowed. Some modeled methane discharge scenarios and tested how frothy water might affect buoyancy. The models suggested many possibilities, but none matched the stubborn fact the expected floating debris fields were missing. Where analysis predicted lines of flotsam, search crews found open water as calm as any day in summer. Amid the scientific work were scattered, ambiguous eyewitness accounts. A yacht captain reported seeing a pattern of small wakes on a bank days later. A radio operator recorded a fractured transmission on a channel used by the fleet, a voice that broke into static mid-sentence. Those fragments pulled attention in different directions but never coalesced into proof. For every seemingly promising lead, an alternative explanation reduced its weight. A misidentification at dawn, a local fisheries routine signal, mistaken for a distress call, a floating piece of foam misread as wreckage from a hull. The ocean's size and noise made certainty difficult. Families faced slow bureaucracies. Insurance claims required documentation that search reports sometimes could not supply. Lawyers debated while mothers tried to fill grocery lists. Some owners sold remaining assets. Others kept boats in the hope of one day seeing a familiar bow return over the horizon. Communities tried to normalize life without those who had been gone for months. The rituals of remembrance, candles, church services, the simple act of keeping a room ready for a return that never came, took on heavy meaning. Over time, the absence ossified into memory and ritual. Elders told the story of the season in which the sea took men who knew it best, and their accounts threaded caution into everyday practice. Leave a float plan, carry redundant radios, always file a clear schedule with the harbor office. These habits combined practical safety with an older language of warning. Offerings of fruit or small libations before a long trip became commemorative gestures rather than superstitious acts. Fishermen who continued their trade crossed themselves before leaving port, their gestures equal parts humility and respect for a force that had resisted explanation. Debate continued outside the towns. Skeptics insisted that the combination of currents, undetected local weather, and human error sufficed to explain tragedy. Scientists acknowledged data gaps and pointed to the limits of mid-century tracking technologies. Storytellers and believers folded the event back into the larger lore of the Triangle, arguing that the fleet's disappearance proved that skill and local knowledge could not always prevail. The disagreement itself became part of the local and national story. Absence not only of people, but absence of agreement on causation. In the years that followed, the vanished fleet reshaped behavior. Harbor councils lobbied for better radio repeaters and emergency beacon coverage. Some captains invested in multiple signaling devices and more rigorous drills. Training sessions on emergency procedures became a more regular part of dock life. Small pragmatic regulatory changes, requirements for redundant comms on certain routes, more frequent reporting intervals, arrived slowly, often propelled by community pressure and the memory of what had been lost. But for families, policy change offered little repair. The missing pages in households remained empty, the lunches not packed, the chairs at dinner still set for the absent, the quiet places where stories used to start. Memorials sprang up at piers and in churchyards. Names were carved into small plaques read aloud on anniversaries. Those rituals sustained memory and bound communities together in practical care, funds for schooling, shared harvests, and a reconfigured social fabric that cued small acts of solidarity when weather turned and small boats left the harbor. The vanished fleet never returned. The boats did not wash ashore, nets did not drift into neighboring coves. What remained was a layered history, grief braided with practical lesson, ritual braided with the pragmatic, one that continued to teach the next generation that the sea is a livelihood and a hazard, a generous provider and an indifferent power. The loss pressed communities to invest in safety, to lobby for better technology, and to keep the memory of those gone close to hand, always. As civilian air travel grew in the decades after the war, the sight of sleek passenger aircraft climbing into clear skies became a sign of modern life. Air travel felt routine for many: ticket counters, boarding calls, luggage tags, small rituals that implied safety and order. That made the disappearance of a scheduled passenger jet over open water especially jarring. The flight had boarded on time. Families, business travelers, and vacationers found seats, cabin service set into motion, and the pilots completed their checklists. The aircraft lifted into blue, transmitted routine position reports, and settled into the steady pattern of cruise that is the ordinary business of long-haul flight. The first alarm came in the simplest way: an expected position report did not arrive. Air traffic controllers sent repeated calls on multiple frequencies. Nearby aircraft were asked to look for visual contact. The blip on radar that had represented the jet was suddenly not there. Within an hour, search and rescue routines were activated. Naval and Coast Guard planes swept the water. Ships altered course. Coastal radar stations replayed archived returns. Yet, despite exhaustive efforts, the ocean's surface offered no wreckage, no seats drifting in a current, no life rafts caught in a swell, no oil slick to mark a catastrophic breakup. The only immediate fact was absence. Relatives gathered at the destination airport, in a terminal normally full of reunions, hope and dread warred. The initial disbelief that the plane had diverted, that communications had failed temporarily, gave way to the recognition that something had gone terribly wrong. Officials issued statements with technical restraint. The public turned to speculation. The lack of debris changed the nature of grief. Families had names and schedules, but they lacked the physical scene that usually anchors mourning. There was no wreck site to visit, no body to bury, no conclusively explainable moment to hand over to the rituals of closure. Investigators followed standard protocols, combing records and reconstructing likely trajectories. They requested maintenance logs, examined crew training histories, and reviewed meteorological data. Engineers analyzed the aircraft type and considered structural failure, mid-air breakage, an explosion, or an uncontained engine failure. But violent mid-air events commonly scatter wreckage. Panels, insulation, and seats tend to become floating evidence. The absence of such debris made those scenarios less satisfying as complete explanations, and investigators had to contend with probability rather than certainty. Another line of inquiry considered navigational failure. Over open water, pilots rely on instruments and radio navigation aids rather than visual references. Instrument failure, or electromagnetic anomalies, that scramble instruments can produce controlled flight into the sea that appears without warning. Modern aircraft have redundant systems, multiple gyros, backup power, and cross-checks. For instrument failure to result in total loss of track would require multiple simultaneous failures, or a sequence of events that overwhelmed redundancy. That possibility, haunted engineers and pilots, because it exposed a vulnerability in the systems people trusted most. Human factors were also considered. Fatigue, miscommunication, or momentary disorientation can contribute to errors, especially on long stretches over empty ocean. But the flight crew on this aircraft were experienced. In the absence of a cockpit voice recorder, or flight data recorder, which could only be recovered if the wreck were located, assessments of crew actions remained hypothetical. That gap intensified public frustration. Officials could say what might have happened, but they could not produce a definitive narrative that would satisfy loved ones. Speculation was immediate and diverse. Some proposed mechanical failure, others saboteurs, still others theorized electrical or magnetic interference that confused instruments. Media attention fed a multitude of theories, ranging from the plausible to the fantastical. For families, the torrent of conjecture was a mixed blessing. It kept attention on their case, but also drifted into sensationalism that complicated their search for reliable information. The contrast between measured investigative language and the louder claims of commentators sharpened the ache of uncertainty. The disappearance prompted concrete changes. Airlines and regulators accelerated adoption of improved tracking technologies so that aircraft could broadcast positions more continuously via satellite. Emergency locator beacons gained attention, as did stronger standards for transponder reliability and redundant data links. Aviation authorities refined lost contact protocols and tightened requirements for preserving radar and satellite archives so that independent investigators could access raw data. These technical and procedural reforms aimed not to rewrite history, but to reduce the chance that a modern aircraft might be as untraceable in the future. Search efforts also evolved. Where early ocean searches depended on surface sweeps and limited sonar, later operations used long-duration autonomous underwater vehicles, multi-beam sonar, and extended mapping runs. Private funding sometimes supplemented government searches when families sought additional leads. Those private expeditions rarely produced conclusive results, but on occasion they recovered personal items that allowed families to perform private memorial rites. Recovering a single photograph or a small personal object did not explain the event, but for relatives it could anchor grief in a tangible way. Legal and insurance systems adjusted slowly in response to cases where no wreckage was found. Courts considered how to adjudicate benefit claims when cause could not be definitively established. Insurers re-examined policy language related to losses over water and clarified the evidence required for payouts. Those changes reduced some administrative burdens for families, even as they could not restore what was lost. Culturally, the vanished jet entered a wider conversation about the limits of technology. Authors, documentarians, and filmmakers used the event to explore themes of uncertainty, absence, and trust in systems. Memorials and annual commemorations preserved names and memories in airports, churches, and coastal towns. For airline employees and communities where passengers or crew had roots, the disappearance was a lasting wound and a reminder of vulnerability. Over time, the case contributed to real practical improvements. Manufacturers and airlines implemented stronger data link systems. Regulators harmonized lost contact responses internationally. Search and rescue agencies improved coordination. Those advances reflect a pattern from distress and unanswered loss. Emerged reforms designed to reduce ambiguity and improve response. Yet no amount of policy change undoes absence. The families continued to live with the questions, the anniversaries, and the small rituals that keep personal memory alive. The passenger jet that faded from radar remains a study in limits. The limits of observation, the limits of systems, and the limits of reassurance. It brought technological upgrades, regulatory shifts, and a renewed emphasis on international cooperation. It also left an enduring human consequence, countless quiet moments, where relatives imagined answers that never came. Those reforms mattered, even if they could never replace what was lost to silence of the sea. For every mystery written by the sea, There have always been investigators determined to erase superstition with reason. In the case of the Bermuda Triangle, scientists, oceanographers, meteorologists, and engineers each stepped into the public conversation at different points, bringing tools and methods intended to turn rumor into record. Their aim was not to deny grief or dismiss testimony, it was to replace conjecture with data and to find mechanisms that could make sense of tragedies that sometimes seem to defy explanation. The story of rational inquiry begins where the press attention grew with a set of disappearances that gained public notice and provoked political pressure. When newspapers and magazines amplified reports of lost vessels and missing aircraft, governments felt compelled to respond. Naval boards, Coast Guard investigators, and civilian agencies opened files. They compiled incident reports, gathered witness statements, and sought to test specific hypotheses. The work was painstaking and often frustrating. Logs were incomplete, radio archives damaged, and witnesses scattered across islands and ports. Nonetheless, the first coherent attempt at demystification took shape around a few repeatable themes: weather, currents, magnetic behavior, methane seeps, and human error. One of the most immediate and straightforward explanations investigators examined was statistical. This sector of the Atlantic is one of the busiest in the world. Shipping lanes funnel cargo, fishing fleets cross for seasonal harvests, and aviation routes bridge islands to mainland hubs. In sheer numbers, more traffic means more incidents. Analysts argued that when one looks at raw figures, rather than sensationalized lists, the triangle did not stand out as dramatically dangerous compared to other high-traffic maritime regions. The intuition is simple: concentration breeds coincidence. This argument did not erase fear, but it reframed the problem. If the triangle's reputation partly depended on selective attention, reports that spread while similar losses elsewhere stayed local or forgotten, then explanation begins with careful comparison and context. Meteorology quickly joined the conversation. Ocean weather is notoriously capable of violent improvisation. Warm tropical waters feed convection, air masses collide and tower, microbursts and waterspouts can appear and dissipate in minutes. Investigators focused on the types of storms that can overwhelm both small craft and aircraft. Sudden convective cells, for instance, produce vertical gusts so powerful they can flip small boats or send downdrafts that stall slow-flying aircraft. Satellite archives and pilot logs confirmed that the Caribbean and adjacent waters can give rise to rapidly evolving weather events. So meteorology offered a realistic mechanism for many losses: a storm so sudden that crews had no time to radio distress, or conditions so violent that wreckage sank quickly or scattered far beyond recovery. Oceanographers added another set of tools and explanations. The Gulf Stream is not merely a current, it is a fast conveyor that carries debris, fuel slicks and bodies great distances in relatively short time. If a vessel breaks up, light material can travel hundreds of miles, heavier parts sink and do not necessarily stay near the last known position. Underwater topography matters too. The Puerto Rico Trench and nearby drop-offs reach depths where recovery is technically extremely difficult and economically prohibitive. Sonar surveys have shown that many shafts and canyons could act as permanent graveyards for wreckage, hiding whole hulls in places remote to search teams. In short, oceanography explained why so many searches returned empty-handed. The sea moves and hides evidence in ways that complicate human recovery. Geology offered another compelling, if more speculative, explanation: methane hydrates. These are pockets of methane trapped in ice-like structures beneath the seafloor. Laboratory experiments and field observations showed that if large amounts of methane are released suddenly, rising bubbles can reduce water density and buoyancy. A ship riding on normal seawater might find itself suddenly over less dense water and could lose buoyancy, listing and sinking faster than crew could react. Researchers demonstrated plausibility in controlled settings. Scientists also pointed to regions of methane hydrate deposits in continental shelves as a base for inquiry. No direct case has been incontrovertibly linked to a methane eruption in the triangle, but the hypothesis persisted because it offered a natural mechanism able to explain vanishings without much floating debris. Magnetism and navigational anomalies have their own long pedigree in the region's explanations. Mariners have long known compass behavior can vary by location. Magnetic declination shifts and local anomalies can confuse navigation if unaccounted for. The Bermuda region lies near a place where true north and magnetic north behave in ways that can produce deviations for poorly calibrated instruments or inattentive plotting. For early sailors dependent on the magnetic compass, this could be critical. For modern aviators and mariners with redundant systems, the risk diminishes but does not wholly disappear. Instrument error, calibration lapses, or unusual electromagnetic disturbances can compound human mistakes into catastrophic navigational drift. Human factors, however, remain a dominant strand in many official reports. Investigators emphasized that even experienced crews make poor judgments. Fatigue, complacency on familiar routes, over-reliance on a single instrument, and failure to cross-check readings can result in fatal mistakes. The sea is unforgiving of small errors. The statistical perspective and human factors together formed the backbone of many rational explanations. In a busy corridor, with unstable weather and complicated currents, human error is not only possible, it is probable, and it will sometimes end in disappearance. Still, the rational explanations left significant gaps. Many cases involved sudden silence, no distress calls, no debris, and that lack of physical evidence remains the sticking point. Science can provide plausible mechanisms for sinking or loss, but plausibility is not proof. For grieving relatives, probabilities are poor substitutes for certainty. A widow holding her husband's last postcard would find little comfort in models of methane plumes or magnetic declination. Investigators understood this. They also knew their tools could only go so far. As decades passed, technology improved the investigative toolkit. Satellites offered weather surveillance, and later, high-resolution imaging. Sonar mapping and side-scan surveys catalogued seafloor features, and discovered many wrecks, some ancient and some modern, that explained other incidents previously thought mysterious. Underwater remotely operated vehicles, ROVs allowed teams to reach depths once impossible, recovering fragments or mapping debris fields. Flight data and cockpit voice recorders became standard and crucial in reconstructing aviation accidents, when they could be found. Data increases slowly shrinks the realm of the unknown, but it does not eliminate it. The messy reality of the triangle is that no single factor explains all cases. Storms account for many incidents. Currents scatter evidence. Methane hydrates remain a plausible but unproven mechanism. Magnetic quirks can mislead poorly equipped navigators, and human error persists as an ever-present catalyst. Scientific investigations narrowed hypotheses, explained many cases, and improved safety practices, yet a subset of disappearances continues to resist neat classification. Investigators adapted to that reality by advocating for better data collection and more transparency. Proposals ranged from mandatory tracking windows, wideband satellite coverage, and improved international reporting standards, to funding for long-term oceanographic monitoring. The idea was not to prove or disprove legend, but to build a robust evidentiary record, so future losses would not be left to rumor. The push touched policy, airlines enhanced transponder requirements, shipping firms upgraded AISUs, and search and rescue agencies intensified multinational cooperation. At the same time, scientists continued experiments and targeted fieldwork, deploying sensors in known hydrate zones, correlating acoustic anomalies with seismic events, and modeling debris drift under varied storm and current scenarios. Each study chipped away at ignorance, yet the complexity of ocean-atmosphere systems meant that absolute certainty remained elusive. The sea is a system of interacting variables, wind temperature, current geology, and human behavior, that rarely yield single-cause answers. Ultimately, the search for rational explanations did what science often does well. It converted questions into testable hypotheses, built a record of where hypotheses succeeded and where they failed, and forced policy changes that improved safety even in the absence of final answers. For families, these advances mattered in practical ways. Better tracking meant fewer disappearances without trace. Improved coordination meant faster responses, and a larger corpus of data meant investigators could sometimes at last say with confidence what had happened. But the Bermuda Triangle, stubborn as any human myth, did not vanish with better data. When a new case appears that fits none of the established explanations, the old public fascination reignites. The rational and the mysterious remain locked together not because science failed, but because the ocean sometimes gives too few clues. That lack of data invites stories. As humans, we prefer narratives over uncertainty, and so both the search for rational explanations and the appetite for mystery continue, each in dialogue with the other, while they wait for the sea to reveal what it has kept hidden. As stories of vanishings spread through newspapers and into popular imagination, pilots and aviation communities became more than passive subjects of speculation. They turned into investigators and witnesses themselves. Pilots do not traffic in folklore. They are trained observers who record instrument readings, environmental conditions, and procedural steps. When a pilot speaks about a strange corridor of clouds, a sudden instrument glitch, or a sense of temporal dislocation, their testimony carries weight because it is rooted in a profession that prizes measurement and repeatability. Accounts from aviators across decades show a pattern of unsettling experiences in the skies above the triangle. Many reports began the same way: clear weather at takeoff, routine communication with controllers, and a smooth climb. Then, mid-route, something changed. A wall of cloud formed without gradual approach. Instruments spun briefly, radios fuzzed into static, or a patch of air felt wrong. These experiences were not uniform. Some pilots reported compass swings, others sudden drops in indicated altitude, and still others spoke of feeling time dilate or contract. But they shared a common feature: a sense that the air was not behaving like the air elsewhere. One well-known class of reports involves corridors or tunnels of cloud. Pilots describe entering a band of cloud that seems to have walls. The cloud bank rises sharply on either side, and visibility falls to near zero. Inside, the aircraft experiences instrument anomalies. Compasses wobble, altimeters twitch, without corresponding control inputs, and radio transmissions break up. Pilots have described this as moving through a physical corridor in the sky. To the trained aviator, this is an unsettling set of events, because modern aircraft are designed with redundant systems precisely to resist single-point failures. When multiple systems act oddly at once, pilots diagnose either an extreme environmental factor or a coincidental chain of equipment failures. Magnetic deviation is one obvious environmental culprit. The difference between magnetic north and true north is not uniform worldwide, and local anomalies due to mineral deposits or crustal variations can complicate readings. Pilots cross-check compass bearings with inertial navigation systems, INS and radio fixes. When multiple systems disagree, standard operating procedures demand conservative action: maintain altitude, declare the problem, and navigate by backup instruments. But testimonies suggest instances where even redundant systems displayed conflicting data. In such cases, the human factor becomes critical. A pilot must choose which instrument to trust and how to allocate attention in a high-stress environment. Electromagnetic interference from atmospheric phenomena is another candidate. Thunderstorms and electrical storms generate charged particles and ionized regions that can refract radio waves, disrupt compasses, and even affect satellite signals. Pilots described sudden radio static and instrument flicker when passing near convective activity. Meteorologists documented microbursts and fine-grained convective systems that conventional weather forecasts had difficulty resolving. The technology of the era mattered. Earlier generations of aircraft relied on less sophisticated avionics and had sparser weather information. As capabilities improved, these incidents became less frequent, but did not disappear entirely. Human factors play a persistent role. Pilot fatigue, task saturation, and decision-making under stress can all amplify the effects of ambiguous instrument readings. Aviation psychologists study how crew resource management, CRM, helps distribute workload and reduce error. and many airlines adopted CRM training partly as a response to incidents in challenging environments. The movies and sensational accounts that find their way into public conversation miss a key fact. Many incidents attributed to mysterious forces involve complex chains of human choices interacting with imperfect information. Pilots as humans can misread a situation, especially when instruments disagree and time is short. But pilots also organized to test the skies. Some voluntarily flew repeated routes through the area to determine whether anomalies could be replicated under controlled conditions. Those test flights recorded compass behavior, radio fidelity, and barometric readings. In many of these trials, anomalies did not appear or were explainable by known atmospheric effects, but in a non-trivial minority, experienced aviators reported instrument quirks they could not fully reconcile. Instrument data and cockpit recordings in those flights were invaluable. When paired with atmospheric soundings, radar returns and satellite imagery, they often pointed to localized electrical activity or rapidly forming convective cells as the root cause. One avenue of experimentation involved flying with redundant independent navigation suites and logging any divergence between systems. Modern aircraft use inertial systems, GPS, radio navigation aids, and satellite-based communication. When a test pilot recorded discrepancies between independent systems, engineers investigated possible interference sources, hardware failures, or software errors. These investigations yielded important lessons. Shielding and hardening avionics against electromagnetic interference improved outcomes. Better pilot training for cross-checking and fallback procedures reduced risk, and meteorological advisories targeted at rapidly forming convective cells improved situational awareness. Yet pilots' testimonies occasionally went beyond equipment anomalies to describe subjective distortions. The sense, for instance, that elapsed time did not match recorded time. One pilot recounted entering a dense bank of cloud, and upon exit, finding his watch and fuel log inconsistent with the distance flown. Time discrepancies are the most difficult to analyze, because they mix perception, instrumentation, and actual temporal measurement. Memory under stress can be unreliable, clocks can be misread, fuel gauges can be misinterpreted. Still, a cluster of such reports invites scientific curiosity, prompting controlled experiments into perception under high workload, and the potential for rare physical phenomena that might influence instrument clocks or timekeeping in localized ways. The airline industry responded pragmatically. Some carriers issued internal advisories for pilots crossing specific ocean sectors, recommending increased fuel reserves, specified cross-check procedures, and heightened attention to atmospheric reports. Routes were sometimes adjusted to keep aircraft within range of more reliable navigation aids, or to avoid prolonged exposure to transit sectors where anomalous reports clustered. Regulators and operators also worked to improve communication protocols, so that a lost check-in would trigger faster, more geographically precise searches. Academics and engineers studied the problem in parallel. Atmospheric scientists used Doppler radar and satellite microwave sounders to understand convective processes that might produce rapid vertical motion. Electromagnetic specialists examined whether electromagnetic storms could induce false instrument readings. Psychologists modeled pilot perception under conflicting cues. The results were mixed but instructive. Where material causes were found, they were often mundane: hardware faults, storms, or human error. Where anomalies persisted, they suggested gaps in instrumentation, data coverage, and the need for more granular real-time weather mapping. Perhaps the most constructive legacy of pilots' involvement was the culture of improved reporting and record-keeping. Pilots who experienced unusual phenomena began to file structured reports with agencies and manufacturers. Those reports, when aggregated, allowed analysts to spot patterns, times of year, particular flight levels, or synoptic setups that correlated with anomalies. The result was not a definitive science of the triangle, but a more robust, evidence-based understanding of where the skies could become treacherous, and how to mitigate that treachery. Finally, pilot stories influenced public perception in a distinct way. Unlike dramatic retellings by journalists or sensationalists, Pilot testimonies conveyed uncertainty and professionalism. "This is what I saw. These were the instrument readings. Here are the steps we took." That kind of language invites investigation rather than mythologizing. For the public, however, the testimony that sounded measured on a cockpit tape could still be read as eerie in a documentary voiceover. The result was a double movement. Pilots contributed to the science of safety while their stories also fed the larger cultural narrative about a place where ordinary rules sometimes seem to waver. In the end, pilots who tested the skies did what scientists and mariners do. They observed, experimented, recorded and adapted. Their work narrowed uncertainties and improved procedures, even as some experiences remained resistant to tidy explanation. The record of pilot testimony is therefore dual practical, in that it led to safer operations and better instrument designs. Human, in that it preserves the bewilderment of trained professionals confronted with phenomena they could not entirely account for. That duality, methodical response and persistent mystery, is one of the defining paradoxes of the Bermuda Triangle's story in the air as much as at sea. While pilots focused on the skies, oceanographers looked downward. The seafloor beneath the Bermuda Triangle is as complex as any mountain range. Ridges, trenches, and sheer drop-offs form a jagged landscape hidden underwater. To understand the disappearances, researchers turned to this hidden world. They launched sonar surveys, lowered instruments on cables, and even sent small submersibles into depths where light does not reach. What they discovered convinced some that the triangle's secrets might lie not above, but below. One striking feature is the Puerto Rico Trench, the deepest part of the Atlantic Ocean. It drops more than 5 miles, creating a canyon large enough to hide entire fleets. If ships sank there, they would be nearly impossible to recover. Sonar cannot map such depths in detail, and currents sweep debris far from its origin. To scientists, this explained why so many vessels left no trace. The ocean floor itself was a graveyard, vast and unreachable. Another discovery involved shifting currents. The Gulf Stream runs strong through the triangle, moving faster than rivers on land. Wreckage that might surface is carried hundreds of miles in days, scattering clues beyond recognition. A board from a schooner might wash ashore in the Carolinas, while the hull lay deep off Puerto Rico. Families waiting for proof rarely saw it, and investigators piecing events together faced fragments too few to explain. Sediment samples added further intrigue. Core drills revealed layers rich in gas hydrates, frozen pockets of methane locked under pressure. If disturbed by earthquakes or shifting plates, these gases could erupt suddenly. Rising bubbles would turn water frothy, robbing ships of buoyancy. A vessel, even a large one, might sink in seconds. Pilots flying low could find engines choking on the same gas as it entered the atmosphere, though never captured during an actual incident. Experiments in laboratories proved the effect was possible. Oceanographers also noted unusual acoustic readings. Hydrophones picked up unexplained sounds, low-frequency rumbles, sharp pulses, even groans that echoed across miles. Some matched geological events, but others resisted classification. Were they tectonic movements, or something else? The recordings added atmosphere to an already unsettled mystery. Critics argued that such phenomena occur worldwide. Trenches exist across oceans, methane hydrates lie under many coasts, and storms batter seas from the Pacific to the Indian Ocean. Why then was the Bermuda region singled out? Supporters of the legend countered that nowhere else combined so many factors: shifting weather, deep trenches, strong currents and magnetic oddities, all layered atop one another. For the public, these explanations only deepened the sense of wonder. Scientific terms like gas hydrate eruption or tectonic slip sounded as eerie as folklore when tied to vanishing ships. The oceanographers may not have believed in curses, but their findings suggested forces powerful enough to mimic one. In the end, the ocean offered only glimpses: a trench too deep to map, a current too swift to track, bubbles that might rise without warning, sounds that resonated without source. Each clue pointed toward natural explanations, but none provided certainty. The water remained silent about the stories it had taken. For listeners and readers, these scientific glimpses remind us that mystery need not be supernatural. The Earth itself, with its shifting plates and hidden depths, can be stranger than legend. And in the Bermuda Triangle, science and story often arrive at the same conclusion: the ocean keeps its secrets well. Through decades of inquiry, the Bermuda Triangle has been studied by scientists, skeptics, and storytellers alike. Yet despite the endless surveys, reports, and debates, no consensus has ever been reached. Each group arrives at different conclusions, each confident in their reasoning, but none able to fully explain why so many ships and planes have vanished without trace. Government inquiries were among the first to weigh in. Naval boards reviewed disappearances like Flight 19 and the loss of the Cyclops. Their conclusions usually lean toward error: misread compasses, storms underestimated, cargo improperly stowed. In their language, the triangle was not a mystery, but a margin of human fallibility. The reports satisfied officials but rarely families. To those grieving, such words sounded more like excuses than explanations. Independent researchers, meanwhile, pored over the same cases and saw patterns that officials overlooked. They pointed to clusters of vanishings in calm weather, to radio transmissions cut mid-sentence, to entire fleets swallowed together. To them, the accidents were too numerous, the coincidences too sharp, to dismiss as error. Some leaned on fringe theories: time warps, magnetic vortices, dimensions unseen. Others preferred subtler forces: methane bubbles, rogue waves, electrical storms. The range of ideas reflected not agreement, but desperation to account for silence. Journalists added another layer. Through magazines and paperbacks, they carried the triangle's reputation far beyond naval bases and coastal towns. Their stories emphasized the uncanny. They quoted pilots speaking of skies that felt unreal, sailors whispering about glowing fogs. Each article built upon the last, until the triangle became less a place and more a legend. Yet when challenged, many journalists admitted that hard data was thin. For every disappearance reported in dramatic terms, skeptics found others exaggerated, misdated, or already explained. Academics entered the fray as well. Some studied accident records and argued the triangle was statistically ordinary, no more dangerous than any other busy ocean corridor. Others, mapping currents and weather, insisted the region combined too many hazards for chance alone. Conferences were held, papers presented, but none reached conclusions that settled the matter. The debate itself became part of the mystery, as if disagreement were proof that the triangle defied simple answers. For families, the lack of consensus was the cruelest truth. Each theory they read, human error, methane, rogue waves, time shifts, brought a different image of their loved ones' final moments. None could be confirmed, so none offered peace. They were left with possibility stacked upon possibility, but no closure. The science gave language, but not comfort. What remains most striking is how the Bermuda Triangle has resisted conclusion. In an age when satellites map the Earth in detail and submersibles reach miles beneath the waves, the Triangle still holds stories unsolved. Some see that as proof that the legend is overblown, kept alive by exaggeration. Others see it as proof that the ocean still keeps secrets larger than technology. In the end, the investigators could not agree because the evidence itself was absent. Without wreckage, without survivors, without clear data, theories floated as freely as rumors. The Triangle's silence defeated consensus, and perhaps that silence is the most powerful force of all, turning science and skepticism alike into echoes, unanswered and unresolved. Not every story of the Bermuda Triangle ends in disappearance. Some who crossed its waters survived, and their testimonies are among the most haunting parts of the legend. One sailor, serving aboard a merchant vessel, recalled an evening when the sky itself seemed to shift above him. His account was written in a letter home, later published in maritime journals. It described not vanishing but distortion, an environment that bent the senses until nothing felt certain. The ship had been steady all afternoon. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the deck. Then, without warning, clouds formed in a perfect ring. They did not roll in from the horizon as storms usually did. They appeared suddenly, enclosing the vessel like a wall. The sailor described standing at the rail, watching the horizon disappear, swallowed by grey. Compasses spun. The radio hissed with static. Even the air felt strange, heavy, as though carrying an invisible weight. Crew members shouted that they could see stars above them, yet the edges of the sky rippled as if the atmosphere were made of water. For a moment, they believed they were drifting upward, rather than forward. Some dropped tools, convinced gravity itself had loosened. Then the fog thickened, and all orientation was lost. The captain ordered the men to their stations, insisting discipline would hold them steady. He commanded the helmsman to keep course, though the compass needles refused to settle. The sailor later wrote that he trusted the captain's voice more than the instruments. Hours passed in disorientation, until at last the fog thinned and the stars returned in their proper places. The sea looked calm again, as though nothing had happened. When they reached port, officials dismissed the crew's account as exaggeration. Perhaps a storm cell had enclosed them, perhaps the men were overtired, but the sailor, and those with him, swore the event was real. They had seen the sky bend. They had felt the weight of silence press against their ship, and though they survived, they carried the memory as something worse than fear. Confusion that left them doubting the very structure of the world. Stories like his spread quickly among maritime circles. Sailors gathered in taverns, retelling the experience until details blurred into legend. Yet the core remained, the sensation of reality itself faltering. Skeptics argued such experiences were products of fatigue, stress, or imagination. But even skeptics admitted that multiple men describing the same event lent the tale weight. For the Triangle's reputation, testimonies like this mattered as much as disappearances. They showed that survival did not always bring comfort. Sometimes it brought questions that no answer could satisfy. The sailor's story became one of many, each reinforcing the idea that the region did not simply take ships and planes. Sometimes it twisted perception, returning the survivors altered by what they had seen. In the end, the sailor lived a long life on land. His letter remained one of his most remembered writings. Friends said he rarely spoke of it aloud, except to caution younger men against romanticizing the sea. "The ocean is not ours," he once said. "It only lets us pass when it chooses." His words carried the weight of someone who had seen the horizon vanish and reappear, and never trusted it again. Among the most unsettling testimonies came from a pilot, flying a small twin-engine craft across the Florida Straits. His flight plan was ordinary: depart in the afternoon, climb to cruising altitude, and reach Miami before dusk. The weather forecast showed clear skies with scattered cumulus, nothing unusual for the region. Yet midway through his flight, he encountered something that would change his understanding of the air itself. Ahead of him, the sky darkened, not with storm, but with structure. A formation of clouds stretched in a straight corridor, walls rising on either side, like the entrance to a tunnel. Sunlight glimmered faintly above, but the path forward was framed with an eerie symmetry. The pilot reported later that he felt compelled to enter, convinced it was simply an unusual but harmless pattern. Once inside, the atmosphere changed. The walls of cloud seemed solid, not drifting, but fixed. Lightning flickered silently within them, illuminating the cockpit with quick flashes. Instruments began to misbehave. The compass needle spun erratically. The altimeter dropped sharply, then surged, though the aircraft held steady. Even the artificial horizon tilted without reason. Radio calls sent to ground control dissolved into static. The pilot described a sensation of time slipping. The corridor seemed endless. He feared he was circling, though his hands never left the yoke. Minutes passed like hours. He considered turning back, but the walls of cloud closed behind him, leaving no exit visible. All he could do was continue forward. At last a light appeared ahead. The corridor opened, and the plane burst into clear skies once again. The instruments stabilized. Radio contact returned. The relief was overwhelming, yet confusion followed quickly. Ground controllers demanded to know his position. According to their radar, the plane had reappeared closer to Miami than fuel calculations should have allowed. The flight time, logged by his watch, was shorter than expected. Somehow, He had crossed miles in less time than the engines could have carried him. Investigators questioned him afterward. Some dismissed his account as weather distortion, a thunderstorm cell forming a funnel. Others suggested instrument failure compounded by pilot fatigue, but the pilot stood by his memory. He insisted the corridor was real, that the clouds held him in a space where distance and time seemed altered. He had not hallucinated. His watch and fuel tanks confirmed the impossibility. Stories like his became central to the Triangle's mystique. Unlike legends of vanishings, his testimony carried the weight of survival. He lived to describe the corridor, the instruments, the sensation of time bending, and because he was a trained aviator, not a storyteller, his words gained credibility even among skeptics. For the public, the tale stirred imagination. Was the corridor a natural phenomenon, some rare meteorological tunnel of wind and pressure, or was it something beyond science, a doorway where ordinary rules failed? No answer satisfied completely. The pilot continued flying for years, but he admitted he never entered cloud formations again without unease. In interviews, he said the experience had left him humbled. "The sky is not always sky," he told one reporter. "Sometimes it feels like a place you were not meant to enter." Not all witnesses saw the triangle. Some only heard it. One radio operator, stationed at a coastal facility, remembered a night when signals from a passing ship fragmented into something he could not explain.
His duty was routine.
Monitor channels, record positions, keep watch for distress calls. Most nights were uneventful, filled with steady Morse code or clipped voices reading coordinates. But on this night, a merchant vessel reporting its progress began to break apart mid-sentence. At first, it sounded like interference. Words dropped, replaced by static. The operator leaned closer to his headset, tapping dials to clear the signal. The ship's voice returned, then splintered again. What unsettled him was not the interruption, but the distortion. The voice stretched unnaturally, syllables drawn long and thin, as though distance itself were pulling them apart. He swore later that it did not sound like ordinary static. It sounded like a man speaking through water. He logged the times, marked the frequency, and noted the ship's call sign. For several minutes, the transmission shifted back and forth, normal then broken, normal then strange. Finally, the last words came through. "Everything is," then silence. The ship never called again. Other operators were questioned, but none could explain the phenomenon. Atmospheric interference was offered as a theory, storms ionizing the air, sunspots disrupting signals. Yet the night was clear, and no solar events had been recorded. Equipment checks showed no faults in his receiver. The only record was the logbook entry, and the memory of a voice dissolving into static that did not behave like static at all. The ship associated with the call never arrived at its destination. It was declared lost. No cause given. Families asked if a distress call had been heard. Officials said no. The operator kept silent, though privately he replayed that final distorted phrase in his mind, convinced the crew had been trying to say more. For years afterward, he described the event only rarely, usually to younger men training at the station. He told them the sea could twist signals the same way it twisted compasses, that sound could bend and vanish like ships and planes. Some dismissed his story as exaggeration. Others, listening late at night with their own headsets pressed tight, wondered if they too would someday hear voices unravel. The testimony added a new layer to the Triangle's lore. It was not only about what vanished, but how the vanishing sounded. Survivors often spoke of fog, of clouds, of sudden disorientation, but here was a man who had not been at sea or in the air. He had been on land, grounded, safe, and yet the mystery reached him through wires and waves, bending sound until it became something unearthly. In later years, researchers argued that unusual ionospheric conditions could explain the distortion, radio waves bouncing strangely, signals refracted or split. But none of those explanations changed what the operator felt that night. The conviction that he had listened to a ship's final words being pulled apart by something more than weather. His story endures not because it proves anything, but because it adds texture. It reminds us that the Bermuda Triangle does not always take in silence. Sometimes, It leaves behind fragments, half-sentences, stretched syllables, broken voices that still echo in memory long after the ships themselves are gone. Not every account came from sailors or pilots. Some came from ordinary passengers, people who boarded ships, expecting nothing more than a comfortable journey. One such account was preserved in a diary found among personal belongings after a voyage ended in tragedy. The writer, a young woman traveling with her family, described an evening when the sea itself seemed to awaken with light. She wrote of standing on deck after dinner, the night air warm, the horizon calm, stars hung low, reflecting in the waves. Then, without warning, the ocean beneath the ship began to glow. At first it resembled bioluminescence, those faint blue sparks caused by plankton stirred in water. But this glow was broader, brighter, and eerily organized. Great bands of light shimmered in geometric patterns, stretching outward like grids across the sea. Crew members gathered, whispering. Some claimed it was phosphorescence magnified by currents. Others fell silent, staring as the patterns shifted and pulsed like signals. The passenger wrote that the glow lasted minutes, then intensified. The ship's captain ordered lights dimmed, as though unwilling to compete with the display. Radios crackled with static. Compasses drifted. Even the engines faltered for a moment, their rhythm stuttering. Passengers clutched the rails, torn between awe and fear. The young woman admitted she felt both, that she wanted to look forever, and at the same time, to run below deck and hide. When the glow faded, darkness returned abruptly, sharper than before. Crew hurried to check instruments, their faces pale. The captain reassured passengers, but his tone was thin. The diary noted that afterward, silence hung heavy across the decks, as though no one wanted to speak of what they had seen. The vessel eventually reached port. Passengers disembarked, grateful yet unsettled. The diary's writer recorded her relief, but confessed she never forgot the sight. To her, it was not mere biology or weather. It felt deliberate, as though the ocean had revealed a secret for just a moment. Researchers later suggested explanations. Some argued for blooms of phosphorescent organisms, stirred by unusual currents. Others pointed to electrical phenomena, discharges playing across the water's surface. Yet none of those explanations matched the geometric precision described. Bands and grids, pulsing with rhythm. That detail made her account unique, impossible to dismiss as imagination. The diary was discovered only later, after the ship she traveled on was itself lost on a subsequent voyage. That absence lent her words more weight. Readers wondered if the glow she had described was a warning, a sign of forces beneath the waves too vast to ignore. For the Bermuda Triangle, her testimony became part of the legend, not because it ended in vanishing, but because it described what others had only hinted at. Many spoke of lights, of seas that shimmered strangely. Few gave detail. Her careful handwriting, preserved on yellowed pages, offered more, not just light, but patterns, order, something that seemed alive. Today her diary is cited alongside naval logs and pilot reports. It bridges the gap between folklore and science, between superstition and observation. For skeptics, it is an artifact of imagination. For believers, it is proof that the triangle does not only take, sometimes, it shows. And what it shows leaves witnesses forever uncertain whether they saw the sea as it is, or as it sometimes chooses to be. Long before newspapers carried headlines about vanished planes or warships, the people who lived along the edges of the Bermuda waters already spoke of strange things. Sailors from the Caribbean islands, fishermen along the Florida coast, and travelers who crossed from Bermuda itself carried tales passed from one generation to the next. These early stories did not use the name Bermuda Triangle. That title came much later, but the essence of the legend of seas that swallowed ships and skies that bent time was already present. Fishermen told of nights when lights appeared beneath their boats, glowing patterns that rose like lanterns from the deep. They said the water itself could speak, groaning in tones no wind produced. Some refused to sail on certain days, whispering that the sea had moods, and if you defied them, it would claim you. On calm mornings, widows walked beaches, pointing to the horizon where their husbands' boats had vanished. They spoke not of storms but of silence. Travelers arriving from Europe added their own stories. They recorded compass needles spinning wildly, winds that shifted without reason, and strange cloud banks forming walls across the sea. One early chronicler described watching birds flee from an empty sky, circling in confusion before vanishing. For sailors, birds were guides, signs of land. To see them lost was more frightening than losing the compass itself. Among island communities, legends grew more elaborate. Some told of sea spirits that guarded hidden gateways, dragging ships beneath the waves to prevent them from trespassing. Others spoke of cities sunk long ago, their ruins glowing faintly at night, luring sailors closer until currents pulled them under. Children were warned not to follow drifting lights on the water, for they were said to be souls of the lost, seeking company. These tales were not written in scientific language. They were lived experiences retold around fires, on docks, and in taverns. Their purpose was not to explain but to warn. A captain might laugh at ghost stories in the daylight, but when fog closed around his ship at night, those whispers pressed close. Over time, explorers collected these accounts. Some dismissed them as superstition, while others noted their consistency. Across different islands and cultures, the themes repeated: sudden fogs, strange lights, silence after calm. The details varied, but the feeling remained the same, of a place that behaved differently from the rest of the sea. When modern writers later shaped the Bermuda Triangle into a global mystery, they were not creating from nothing. They were drawing on centuries of these whispered stories. Legends that had once belonged only to local sailors became part of a worldwide archive. The folklore gave texture to later disappearances, reminding people that the mystery was not new. It was old, older than charts, older than science, older than any name we now give it. For listeners today, these first stories serve as a reminder. Before there were radar screens or rescue planes, there were only human senses, eyes watching strange lights, ears hearing sounds that should not be, hands gripping nets that trembled with currents unknown. And through those senses, the earliest legends of the Triangle were born. Among the oldest stories surrounding these waters is the belief that the islands themselves are cursed. Sailors from the earliest colonial days spoke of Bermuda as Isle of Devils, a place where storms gathered without warning and reefs tore ships apart. Long before charts marked the Triangle, maps sketched skulls and serpents across this patch of ocean. Mariners whispered that the curse was not in the reefs or the storms, but in something older, something tied to the land beneath the waves. Islanders told of restless spirits from people who lived there long before colonists arrived. They said their villages had been swallowed by rising seas, their burial grounds drowned. Those spirits, unable to rest, struck at ships that passed overhead. Nets came back empty, compasses spun, and sometimes whole crews vanished. For fishermen who depended on the sea, this was not legend, it was warning. They left offerings of fruit or coins before long journeys, hoping to appease unseen forces. Sailors from Europe added their own fears. They believed the islands hid treasures, guarded by curses. Some told of glowing sands that lured ships toward hidden rocks. Others claimed the waters themselves were a punishment, a barrier meant to keep men away from secrets on the ocean floor. Each voyage that ended in disaster only strengthened these beliefs. Survivors who returned spoke of hearing voices carried on the wind, urging them off course, or of lights that danced just ahead of their ships, impossible to chase and impossible to ignore. For generations, the phrase Isle of Devils stuck. Even when Bermuda grew into a colony with ports and trade, the old name lingered in sailors' mouths. Captains reassured passengers that the reefs were charted now, the storms predictable, but when clouds gathered and compasses drifted, the old curse was remembered. Later folklore tied the curse more directly to the Triangle. Writers suggested that the restless dead beneath these islands extended their reach across the sea, pulling down any who dared pass. It was a way of explaining vanishings that left no wreckage, no cries, no signals. If a curse was at work, Silence itself was proof. For locals, the legend evolved into ritual. Before voyages, some still poured a little rum into the water as an offering. Others carried charms of coral or shells believed to guard against bad luck. These practices blended old traditions with new faith, yet the core remained. The islands were powerful, and disrespect could bring ruin. Modern skeptics dismiss the idea of curses, pointing instead to reefs, weather, and navigation errors. But the persistence of the belief reveals something deeper. The waters around Bermuda have never felt ordinary. To those who live nearby, the sea is both provider and predator, generous one day, and merciless the next. Calling it cursed is simply another way of acknowledging its unpredictability. Today, the legend of the cursed islands lingers quietly in the background of every story about the Triangle. It frames the region not as an accident of nature, but as a place set apart, marked by history, and haunted by memory. Whether one believes in curses or not, the old name Isle of Devils still captures the feeling many sailors carry when they pass. A sense that the sea here does not simply wait for them, it watches. Among the most enduring legends tied to the Bermuda Triangle is the story of a lost city hidden beneath its waters. Some call it Atlantis. Others give no name at all, only describing ruins glimpsed through shifting currents. The idea that the ocean floor here holds the remains of a civilization older than memory has haunted explorers for centuries. Sailors told of seeing stone shapes rising from the depths on days when the sea was unusually clear. They spoke of columns, walls, and roads that seemed too straight to be natural. Divers reported finding carved blocks scattered on sandy bottoms, or stair-like formations vanishing into the dark. Each account fed the belief that the Triangle did not merely hide wreckage, but something built long before Europeans arrived, something that had sunk in a single catastrophic moment. Writers embraced the story of Atlantis, linking it to these waters. Plato's ancient account described a mighty empire that vanished beneath the sea, punished by the gods for pride. Though scholars argue endlessly over whether Atlantis was real or allegory, storytellers found the Triangle a fitting candidate. If any ocean could hide a city, surely it was this one, with its trenches and currents, its endless silence. In the mid-20th century, a handful of divers claimed to have discovered stone roads off the coast of Bimini. Photographs showed long rectangular blocks lying in neat lines, as if paving some ancient path. The site became known as the Bimini Road, and many declared it proof of a sunken city. Scientists countered that the formation was natural limestone fractured by erosion, but believers held firm. To them, no natural force could produce such precision. Legends grew. Some said the lost city's power still radiated, disrupting compasses and radios, pulling ships off course. Others imagined the ruins contained technology that opened gateways through time and space, explaining why vessels vanished so completely. Families of the missing clung to the thought that their loved ones had not died, but been carried somewhere else, somewhere hidden, beneath the sea, or beyond it. For locals, the story became part of the tourist imagination. Guides told visitors about glowing lights seen in deep water, said to be remnants of the city's energy. Shops sold trinkets carved to resemble Atlantean relics. But behind the commercial gloss, the idea held a darker resonance. If a great city had once stood here and been swallowed whole, what chance did a yacht or a plane have? Skeptics point out that tales of Atlantis appear across oceans, not only here. Many places claim ruins. Many seas hold mysteries. Yet the Bermuda Triangle seems uniquely suited to the legend, because it produces the same feeling of something vast lost just out of reach, of silence where there should be presence. Whether Atlantis lies beneath or not, the legend persists because it offers explanation. Ships and planes vanish because they cross a place that still remembers. The ocean, in this telling, is not empty. It is layered with memory, with ruins, with power that has not faded. And in that memory, modern travelers become part of an older story, one that began long before their names were written in any log. In countless taverns and fishing villages along the Atlantic, one belief has lingered longer than any other, that the sea itself chooses. Unlike storms or reefs, unlike pirates or machinery, this idea does not rest on cause and effect. It rests on personality, on the thought that the waters of the Bermuda region are alive in their own way, granting passage to some and denying it to others. Old sailors would not speak of the triangle as cursed, but as selective. They said it did not strike blindly. Instead, it decided who would pass and who would vanish. One man might sail through a dozen times untouched, while another, on his very first crossing, would never return. Families repeated these words quietly, not to frighten children, but to prepare them. The sea has moods, and no one can predict which mood will greet them. Stories reinforced the belief. Fishermen claimed that when they left harbor with humility, offering prayers, tossing fruit or rum into the waves, the journey was safe. But when crews laughed at the old customs, mocking superstition, the ocean grew restless. Compasses failed, nets tore, engines sputtered. Whether coincidence or not, the pattern etched itself into memory. Passengers, too, carried this sense of being chosen. Survivors of near disasters often spoke of feeling watched. Some described skies that darkened without reason, or waters that rippled without wind, as if some unseen presence circled them, deciding whether to release or to keep. The relief of survival did not erase the unease. It felt less like luck and more like mercy. For those who vanished, the belief offered families a strange kind of comfort. If the sea chose, then their loved ones were not careless or unlucky. They had simply been taken, woven into the fabric of a mystery too old to fight. In villages across Bermuda and the Bahamas, widows told their children that the ocean had called their fathers home. Painful words, yet less cruel than imagining them lost in confusion. Writers seized upon the idea, describing the triangle as sentient, a vast entity that hungered or judged. Some compared it to mythic beasts of the deep, not flesh and blood, but presence and will. Others linked it to ancient deities, remnants of faiths long forgotten. The stories diverged, but the core remained. The sea decides. Modern ears may hear superstition, yet the sentiment persists. Even in an age of satellites and sonar, the ocean retains its power to remind us of our smallness. We can measure waves, chart storms and log currents, but we cannot command the sea. And in the Bermuda Triangle, where silence falls heavier than elsewhere, the sense of being chosen, one way or the other, lingers strongest. For listeners today, this legend matters not because it proves anything, but because it reveals how people have lived with the mystery. To call the sea selective is to admit that explanation may never come. It is to give silence a shape, a will, a reason, and in that reason, fragile though it may be, humans find a way to endure what they cannot understand. Commercial tankers are the backbone of trade. They carry oil, chemicals, and fuel across thousands of miles. They are large, reinforced, and tracked by multiple stations. Losing one is not supposed to happen. Yet a tanker crossing through the waters between Florida and the Caribbean was reported missing. The voyage started normally. The ship was fully loaded, inspected, and cleared. Radio contact was established with stations on both ends. Crew numbers were logged. The route was filed. Tankers do not move quickly, and they are easy to follow on charts. But this ship failed to arrive. At first, the absence looked like a delay. Controllers expected weather or mechanical problems. They waited for a signal. They received none. When the scheduled arrival passed, search operations began. Planes flew overhead. Other ships scanned the route. The ocean gave no sign of wreckage, no slick of oil, not even empty lifeboats. A vessel hundreds of feet long had disappeared without leaving a trace. Investigators worked through the options. Fire on board? Unlikely. Fires on tankers are catastrophic, and usually spotted by others. Explosion? None heard. Mechanical failure? Possible, but even if engines stopped, the ship should have drifted until seen. Pirates? No distress calls, no evidence, no ransom demand. Each possibility collapsed under lack of proof. Families were given the same words others had heard before: lost at sea, cause unknown. For wives and children, the words were empty. They wanted reasons. They received silence. Maritime experts pointed to the Gulf Stream, a fast current that runs like a river in the sea, capable of scattering debris over hundreds of miles. If the tanker had sunk, Pieces could have been carried far, yet no oil was ever reported on nearby shores. No cargo washed up, nothing. Some theories suggested sudden instability in cargo. Tankers, when improperly balanced, can roll over without warning. But again, such an accident would have left evidence. The absence of all evidence became the most puzzling detail. The disappearance entered the official logbooks as another unexplained case in the region. Newspapers carried short articles, but interest faded quickly. The tanker did not have famous passengers. It was a working ship crewed by ordinary men, forgotten by most except their families. For those families, the memory lasted far longer than the headlines. The loss of such a large modern vessel showed again that technology was not always enough. Even steel giants could vanish in waters with a reputation for silence. To the legend of the Bermuda Triangle, the missing tanker became another line of proof. Ships disappear here, not only in the age of sails, but in the age of engines and radio. Cargo planes are built for endurance. They carry supplies, mail, and machinery where ships cannot go fast enough. Their pilots are trained for long routes over open water. One such flight departed from a Caribbean airfield, loaded and logged, bound for the mainland. It was scheduled to take only a few hours. The weather was steady, the crew experienced. Nothing suggested danger. The first half of the flight was uneventful. Controllers received normal position reports, altitude checks, and fuel readings. The pilot's voice sounded calm, his tone routine. Then, mid-flight, silence. No mayday, no crackle of distress. The call sign simply stopped appearing. Searches began quickly. Radar coverage was limited, but the last position gave rescuers a place to start. Planes flew grids over the water. Ships traced the same lines below. They expected debris, floating containers, torn fabric, seat cushions, but they found nothing. Investigators reviewed every possibility. Fuel miscalculation. The logs showed enough reserves. Engine failure. The crew would have had time to report. Structural failure. The wreckage would have floated. Sabotage? No evidence. No warning. No claim. Each answer raised more questions. Families gathered at airports and ports, waiting for news. Days stretched into weeks. The official word was the same one used too often. Missing, cause unknown. For loved ones, the absence of even a single piece of wreckage was the hardest part. Without proof, hope lingered, even as reality closed in. Experts later suggested that cargo weight might have shifted, throwing the plane off balance, but experienced crews know how to handle shifts. Others argued that sudden storms in the region can rise without warning, catching planes in violent downdrafts. But weather logs for that day showed nothing unusual. The absence of storms left silence in their place. The loss of the cargo plane added to the Triangle's reputation for sudden vanishings. Unlike smaller craft, this was not a flimsy vessel. It was large, reinforced, equipped with radios. To see it disappear in calm skies reminded people that no amount of training or machinery could guarantee safety in these waters. For skeptics, the explanation remains human error. Pilots, they argue, make mistakes. Engines fail. Accidents happen. But even skeptics admit that the lack of debris is unusual. Even in the open ocean, wreckage tends to surface. The fact that nothing at all was recovered keeps this story alive. The families eventually received certificates of death. Life moved on, but memory did not. Children grew up repeating the same question: how can something so big just disappear? The official records remain thin, a few lines on paper, but the absence still feels heavy decades later. The Bermuda Triangle does not only take ships, it takes planes, and sometimes it does so without even allowing a final word. Freighters carry bulk goods across oceans. They are large, slow, and closely tracked. Their cargo is valuable, their crews experienced. Losing one is rare, yet a freighter moving through the Bermuda Triangle simply disappeared. The ship left port fully loaded. Inspections were passed, radios tested, crew accounted for. Weather at departure was calm. The route was common, one the freighter had sailed many times before. Nothing suggested risk. For the first days, Transmissions were routine. The captain reported speed, course, and fuel. Everything matched the plan. Then, partway through the crossing, the updates stopped. No distress call followed. No signal of trouble. The freighter went silent. Search efforts began once its arrival deadline was missed. Other ships diverted to cover the area. Aircraft flew search patterns overhead. No wreckage appeared. Not a crate, not a barrel, not a plank of wood. The Atlantic looked undisturbed. Investigators reviewed possibilities. Storm damage, none reported. Piracy, there were no signs of conflict, and no ransom demand ever surfaced. Mechanical failure, possible, but a drifting ship of that size would have been spotted. Fire, unlikely. Fires leave debris. Each theory collapsed against the blankness of evidence. Families waited in vain. Wives and children gathered at docksides, staring across the horizon. Days turned into weeks. Eventually, telegrams arrived with the familiar message: missing, cause unknown. Some families refused to accept the words, convinced survivors might be adrift somewhere. But no lifeboats washed ashore. Experts later argued that sudden structural failure could have taken the ship down. A cracked hull, a shift in cargo, a hidden weakness. Yet even those accidents usually leave wreckage. The fact that nothing floated back troubled even the most skeptical voices. Newspapers gave the case short coverage. Without famous passengers or dramatic photographs, it quickly slipped from headlines. For families, however, the story never faded. To them it was not just another freighter. It was fathers, brothers, and sons who never returned. The loss became another entry in the Bermuda Triangle's long record of disappearances. Not remarkable in detail, but striking in its emptiness. A massive steel vessel had vanished as completely as a toy boat on a pond. Skeptics insist the explanation lies in bad luck and human error. Believers argue that the Triangle's silence cannot be coincidence. Between those two views lies the fact no one can dispute the freighter was there, and then it was gone. Even decades later, no debris has been identified. The case remains open in the sense that no cause has been closed. For those who study the Triangle, the freighter's disappearance is a reminder that the ocean can still swallow whole what should be unsinkable. Rescue ships are designed to save others. Their crews are trained to find wreckage, bring survivors aboard, and return safely. The irony is that one such ship, sent to search for missing planes in the Triangle, became missing itself. The mission began with urgency. A distress signal had been reported, possibly from an aircraft forced down at sea. The rescue ship was dispatched quickly. Its engines roared, its decks were armed with searchlights, and its crew prepared for a long night. These men were used to risk. They had pulled survivors from burning wrecks and storm-tossed waters before. But this mission never ended in return. For hours the ship sent routine updates. Course, speed, weather conditions. Then the transmissions ended. Silence replaced the steady rhythm of reports. Radio operators on shore tried repeatedly to raise contact. No voice answered. The rescue ship had vanished. Searches began at once. Other vessels and aircraft spread out, tracing the same route. They expected to find debris, broken beams, scorched life vests, oil streaks. Instead, the waters lay calm and empty. No one saw flames, no one saw wreckage, no one saw survivors. The ship had been swallowed whole. Investigators could not accept the loss easily. They studied logs from the hours before silence. Nothing pointed to danger. No storms, no mechanical warnings, no signs of fire. Every theory stumbled. If the ship had exploded, debris would have floated. If it had capsized, lifeboats should have drifted. If attacked, distress signals would have been sent. Nothing fit. Families received the dreaded message, missing cause unknown. For wives and parents, the cruelty was sharp. Their loved ones had left to save others, yet no one was left to save them. Memorial services were held without bodies. Names were read aloud in quiet halls, but the men themselves remained absent. Skeptics proposed explanations. Perhaps the crew had miscalculated fuel. Perhaps they had been caught by an unreported storm. But skeptics also admitted something unusual. A rescue ship vanishing was rare. These were not tourists or cargo haulers. These were professionals, equipped and disciplined. If even they could vanish, the Triangle's reputation felt harder to dismiss. The case deepened public unease. People could imagine a schooner sinking, or a private plane crashing. But a ship built to rescue, that was harder to rationalize. Newspapers highlighted the irony, headlines calling it a mission swallowed. The public responded with a mix of fear and fascination. In official archives, the entry is short: a vessel launched, a mission undertaken, a silence that never broke. But in oral history, the story lingers longer. Sailors retell it as proof that no one is immune. Even those trained to save lives may find their own lives claimed instead. The Bermuda Triangle's legend thrives on such disappearances because they defy logic. A rescue ship, gone without trace, embodies the central theme. The sea does not always give back what it takes. For families, the loss is personal. For the world, it is another case in a record already too long. When investigators cannot explain something with storms, currents, or human error, speculation often shifts toward time itself. Some researchers and writers have suggested that disappearances in the Bermuda Triangle may be tied to distortions in time, moments when hours stretch, collapse, or fold. The idea comes partly from testimony. Pilots have described flights that seemed shorter or longer than fuel calculations allowed. Watches showed 1 hour, instruments showed another. Radio calls lost minutes. Survivors sometimes spoke of seeing cloud corridors or fog banks where navigation became impossible, only to emerge and realize more or less time had passed than expected. These reports are rare, but they are consistent enough to inspire a theory that the Triangle holds zones where time does not flow evenly. Mainstream science does not support this. Physics acknowledges that gravity and speed can bend time, but not in ways that would apply to ordinary ships or planes. Still, the testimonies remain. A pilot insisting he crossed miles faster than his fuel burn allowed. A sailor convinced that hours vanished during a fog that should have lasted minutes. Each story adds weight, even if no evidence follows. Writers expanded on these claims. Some described the Triangle as a place where rifts open, pulling vessels briefly outside of normal time. Others suggested storms could create temporary fields that distort perception, making compasses spin and clocks drift. A few went further, proposing that ships and planes might not be destroyed at all, but carried into other eras. Families of the missing sometimes found comfort in this. Instead of imagining loved ones lost, they imagined them living elsewhere, still alive, just unreachable. Skeptics argue that such accounts are the result of stress, fatigue, or equipment malfunction. Pilots flying long hours can lose track of time. Sailors in fog can misjudge minutes. Sailors in fog can misjudge minutes. Compasses are known to drift near magnetic anomalies. Yet skeptics cannot fully explain the consistency across testimonies. Different crews in different years on different vessels reported similar distortions. The theory of time distortion gained traction in popular books during the mid-20th century. Headlines spoke of time warps and doors to the past. Though mainstream science dismissed these claims, the public imagination embraced them. For many, the thought that the Triangle bent time was more compelling than ideas about currents or methane gas. It made the mystery larger, less about mechanics and more about existence itself. For researchers who lean toward this theory, the lack of wreckage becomes important. If ships and planes were not destroyed but displaced in time, then no debris would remain. The silence of the sea would make sense, but of course this is speculation without proof. No vessel has ever reappeared decades later. No crew has returned from another century. Even so, the idea of time distortions remains central to the legend. It bridges the gap between science and myth, using the language of physics but applying it to folklore. It offers explanation without requiring evidence, and in the Bermuda Triangle, absence itself is often the loudest evidence of all. Another theory that moves beyond science is the idea of portals. Writers and believers argue that the Bermuda Triangle may contain gateways, entrances to other worlds, dimensions, or realms beyond our own. These are not measured with compasses or satellites. They are imagined through stories of sudden fogs, strange lights, and ships that vanish too completely for chance. The notion of gateways comes from older myths. Many cultures told of doors in the sea, places where the living could step into realms of gods or spirits. When modern vessels began vanishing, the same language resurfaced. A freighter that disappeared without debris became a ship taken. A plane that radioed in calm conditions before silence was said to have crossed through a door. Some survivors' testimonies fed this idea. Pilots who described flying into cloud tunnels, only to emerge disoriented and off course, fit easily into the image of a corridor. Sailors who spoke of glowing water and horizons bending gave shape to the concept of thresholds. If these were not weather, then perhaps they were something more. Believers argue that the lack of wreckage proves the case. If ships sink, parts float. If planes crash, pieces scatter. But in the triangle, vessels disappear without fragments. To them, this suggests relocation, not destruction. The ships are not broken, they are gone elsewhere. Where they go remains speculation. Some claim other dimensions, others point to the past or future. A few suggest entire crews live still, caught in places outside time. Skeptics respond that the theory is built on absence. No one has returned from another realm. No vessel has reappeared after decades away. Without proof, the idea remains only imagination. Still, skeptics admit that absence itself invites theories. When the ocean offers no answers, any possibility can seem plausible. Books and films carried the idea further, describing the triangle as a doorway in the Atlantic. Popular writers speculated about ancient civilizations building devices beneath the sea, technology still active and pulling ships away. Others suggested natural energy fields, swirling like whirlpools but invisible, drawing matter across boundaries. While no evidence has been found, these ideas keep resurfacing, each generation reshaping the same thought that the triangle is not a graveyard, but a threshold. For families of the missing, the theory of gateways sometimes offers comfort. Instead of picturing final moments of panic, they imagine journeys continuing elsewhere. Loved ones are not gone, they are away, unreachable, but alive. This hope, though fragile, softens grief. The concept of portals cannot be tested by radar or sonar. It cannot be proved by charts, but it continues to live in conversation, in folklore, in documentaries and campfire talks. It thrives because it explains what science cannot, how entire ships and planes leave behind no trace. Whether true or not, the gateway theory has become part of the Bermuda Triangle's identity. The region is no longer just water and wind. It is imagined as a crossroads, a place where the boundaries of the world thin, and in that image, the mystery endures. Another theory that has clung to the Bermuda Triangle is the idea of alien involvement. It is not new. Since the middle of the 20th century, writers have linked UFO sightings with unexplained disappearances in these waters. The suggestion is simple. If ships and planes vanish without trace, then perhaps they are taken, not lost. Reports of unusual lights over the ocean are common. Pilots have described glowing objects pacing their aircraft. Sailors have sworn they saw discs hovering silently before vanishing into the clouds. None of these accounts have been verified, but they have shaped imagination. When a freighter disappears without debris, some suggest it was lifted away. When a plane fades from radar, some imagine it pulled upward rather than down. Books in the 1960s and 70s spread the theory widely. Authors claimed that extraterrestrials might use the triangle as a base, hidden beneath the ocean floor. Some tied this idea to sonar anomalies and reports of unusual echoes. If something solid lay under the water, they argued, it could explain the mystery. Others linked it to legends of Atlantis, suggesting the ruins beneath might in fact be alien installations. For believers, alien intervention solves one major problem: the lack of wreckage. If vessels are taken rather than destroyed, then there would be no debris, no oil slicks, no floating lifeboats. Families could imagine their loved ones alive, transported rather than drowned. The theory, though speculative, gave hope where official reports gave none. Skeptics dismiss the idea outright. They argue that lights in the sky are misidentified stars, aircraft, or atmospheric events. They point out that sonar anomalies are common across oceans. They stress that no hard evidence of alien bases has ever been found. Yet they admit that disappearances without wreckage remain difficult to explain. Even without proof, the alien theory survives because it addresses the one element that science struggles with most: total silence. Popular culture cemented the link. Films and television shows portrayed the triangle as a hunting ground for extraterrestrials. Stories showed crews spirited away in beams of light, never to return. Though entertainment, these depictions reached wide audiences, reinforcing belief in the extraordinary. For families of the missing, alien intervention was not always comforting. Some rejected it as fantasy, preferring to think of storms or human error. Others quietly hoped it was true, if only because it meant their loved ones might still exist somewhere, even if unreachable. The theory has never been proven, but it continues to appear whenever new vanishings are reported. Headlines mention UFOs, documentaries ask the question again, and speculation circles. The Bermuda Triangle and alien stories have become tied together, one mystery feeding another. In the end, the alien theory reflects the scale of the unknown. When humans cannot explain, they imagine forces larger than themselves. Whether real or not, the idea ensures that the Bermuda Triangle is not only a story about ships and planes, it is also a story about what we fear and what we hope might be waiting beyond our world. Alongside talk of storms, currents, and magnetic faults, some explanations step fully into the paranormal. These are the theories that suggest the Bermuda Triangle is not simply a difficult patch of sea, but a place touched by forces beyond the natural world. One of the most common is the belief that the region is haunted. Sailors claim that the souls of those who drowned there continue to wander, pulling others down to join them. Stories of ghost ships drifting without crew, radios crackling with voices that cannot be traced, and compasses spinning as though moved by unseen hands all feed this idea. For families of the missing, the thought of haunting is not comfort, but it explains why silence persists. The dead remain present, shaping events. Others propose that the triangle is a place of psychic energy, a natural hotspot, where the Earth's fields interact strangely with human perception. Some who passed through reported strong feelings of dread or confusion before instruments failed. Writers took those reports as signs that the region itself exerts pressure on the mind. To them, accidents were not accidents at all, but reactions to forces we cannot yet measure. Still others suggest the triangle is a crossing point between worlds. Folklore across cultures tells of thin places, where barriers between realities weaken. In that frame, the vanishings are not accidents but transitions. Planes and ships do not sink, they slip across. Honor not snorn, tis grows. For skeptics, this is too far removed from evidence. For believers, it makes sense of the disappearances that left not even debris. Some fringe voices link the triangle to ancient curses. Theories claim that civilizations lost beneath the water left behind powers that continue to act. Whether framed as Atlantis, old burial grounds, or forgotten rituals, these stories argue that the region is not just dangerous, it is defended. Passing through without respect invites destruction. Critics call all these theories superstition. They stress the lack of proof, the reliance on fear and imagination. Yet paranormal explanations remain, because they do something science cannot. They give the mystery shape. A curse, a haunting, or a gateway provides story where absence offers nothing. For families, paranormal theories are often met with silence. Some reject them, wanting practical answers. Others, quietly, hold them close. It is easier to imagine loved ones taken by something purposeful, even if unearthly, than by accident without meaning. Popular culture ensured these ideas lasted. Documentaries spoke of curses, novels described glowing mists, films showed ghostly ships. Each retelling reinforced the thought that the triangle is not simply geography. It is a phenomenon, both physical and spiritual. In the end, paranormal explanations hold no evidence that can satisfy investigation. They remain possibilities of imagination, not science, but they persist because the Bermuda Triangle itself persists. Every time a ship or plane disappears without trace, silence leaves a gap, and into that gap, these theories fit neatly, however unproven. The Bermuda Triangle was not always famous. For centuries, it was just another patch of ocean known mainly to sailors. Its name and reputation only began to spread widely in the 20th century, when newspapers and magazines seized on the idea of a mystery sea. The first articles were short. They reported missing ships in calm weather, flights that failed to land, or search crews that returned empty-handed. The stories were factual, but the headlines hinted at something stranger. Phrases like ghost flight or vanishing fleet began appearing in print. Readers noticed a region of ocean that most had never heard of suddenly had a reputation. As years passed, the stories grew longer. Reporters emphasized the unusual radios cutting out, compasses failing, no wreckage found. The lack of answers became the hook. Newspapers discovered that people loved reading about mysteries, and the Bermuda Triangle offered plenty. By the mid-20th century, the legend had entered magazines and paperbacks. Writers gathered scattered reports and shaped them into a single narrative. They called it the Bermuda Triangle, giving a name to what had previously been only a series of incidents. Once the name existed, the idea became easier to repeat, and soon it spread everywhere. One of the most influential pieces was a magazine article that suggested the region was more dangerous than any other ocean passage. The author collected accounts of missing ships and planes, linked them to strange testimonies, and framed them as proof of something extraordinary. Critics pointed out that many of the cases had simple explanations, but the article sold well. Readers remembered the phrase Bermuda Triangle, not the footnotes. Soon books followed. Paperbacks with dramatic covers promised secrets of the triangle. They included maps, eyewitness quotes, and theories ranging from magnetic faults to alien abductions. The accuracy of these books was mixed, but accuracy mattered less than impact. Each new release widened the audience. What had begun as sailors' whispers was now an international mystery. Public reaction was divided. Some were fascinated, collecting every story they could find. Others dismissed it all as myth. But even skeptics found themselves repeating the name. By the 1970s, almost everyone in North America had heard of the Bermuda Triangle. The media had transformed a set of isolated accidents into a cultural phenomenon. Ships and planes had always gone missing at sea, but now those disappearances were linked. Given a single explanation, they had crossed into a dangerous zone. For families of the missing, the media attention was painful. Headlines sometimes exaggerated events or ignored real details. Sensational stories sold papers, but they did not provide answers. Still, the coverage meant their loved ones were remembered. Silence was replaced with conversation, even if the conversation was shaped by speculation. The rise of the triangle in print showed the power of media to create legend. Before, the ocean had been feared but unnamed. After, it carried a brand, Bermuda Triangle, that would last for generations. Print built the foundation of the Bermuda Triangle's fame, but television carried it into living rooms. By the 1970s, documentaries and news specials began airing segments on the mysterious region. For many viewers, this was their first exposure to the story, and it came with images that print alone could not provide. The program showed maps with red triangles drawn across the Atlantic, dramatic recreations of missing flights, and interviews with surviving sailors or grieving families. Background music carried ominous tones, voices of narrators leaned low and serious, and the mystery was presented as unsolved fact. Families sitting together at night watched as ships vanished on screen, replaced by fog, lightning, or silence. One of the most influential specials aired during prime time, introducing millions to the concept. The program compiled stories of Flight 19, the Cyclops, and several missing yachts. It ended with questions rather than answers, encouraging viewers to believe the ocean held secrets science could not touch. Ratings were high, and the episode was replayed often. Television did what magazines and books could not. It gave the triangle atmosphere. Seeing dramatizations of cockpits filling with static, hearing actors shout final words into radios, and watching ships slip beneath simulated waves left stronger impressions than printed text. Even those who doubted the stories remembered the images. Soon other shows followed. Talk shows invited authors who wrote about the triangle. News outlets ran anniversary segments on famous vanishings. Children's programs included references. Cartoons showed ships vanishing into whirlpools labeled Bermuda Triangle. The phrase became shorthand for disappearance, understood by audiences of all ages. For believers, television was validation. If it was on the screen, it carried authority. For skeptics, the same shows were proof that the media cared more about entertainment than fact. Experts interviewed on air often pointed out flaws, but their voices were quieter than the dramatizations. What lingered was not skepticism, but mystery. The effect was lasting. A generation grew up with the Bermuda Triangle as part of popular culture. Schoolyard conversations included theories of time warps and alien abductions. Board games, novels, and films all borrowed the theme. The triangle became less a geographic location and more a symbol, a label for any disappearance too strange to explain. Television also shaped perception by repetition. Each program retold the same core cases, sometimes exaggerating details. With each retelling, the legend grew stronger. For families of the missing, this repetition was bittersweet. It kept memories alive, but it also reshaped them into spectacle. Their personal losses became scenes for dramatization, replayed for ratings. Still, television ensured the Bermuda Triangle's place in the modern imagination. Even after viewership moved on to new mysteries, the image of red lines across a map and ships fading into fog remained. The triangle was no longer a sailor's story or a headline. It was a shared cultural image, built by screens and voices, and it stayed long after the programs ended. After newspapers and television introduced the Bermuda Triangle to the public, films and novels carried it further. By the late 20th century, the triangle was no longer just a mystery of the sea. It had become a setting for adventure stories, horror tales, and speculative fiction. Novels appeared first. Writers saw the triangle as a backdrop for suspense. Some told of ships slipping into alternate dimensions. Others described families searching for loved ones who had vanished, only to uncover ancient secrets beneath the waves. These books rarely claimed to be factual, but they built on real events. They took the framework of disappearances and added characters, emotions, and resolution that reality never provided. Readers embraced them because they transformed unexplained tragedy into story. Films soon followed. Directors found the triangle useful because it already carried atmosphere. A ship vanishing without trace needs little setup. The audience already understands the stakes. Movies showed storm clouds gathering suddenly, radios failing, crews staring into glowing skies. Even low-budget productions reached viewers because the mystery itself did most of the work. In popular culture, the triangle became a shorthand symbol. Cartoons referenced it as a place where socks, toys, or pets disappeared. Advertisements used it to sell products by linking them with mystery. Comic books featured heroes traveling into its waters, battling forces hidden beneath. The triangle was no longer only geography. It was an idea, easily recognized and endlessly adaptable. This growth into culture spread worldwide. In classrooms, children drew triangles on maps and whispered about ghost ships. In bookstores, shelves held multiple titles promising the truth. In movie theaters, audiences watched characters confront storms and vanish into fog. The more the triangle appeared in entertainment, the more people believed it had to be real. Skeptics criticized this trend. They argued that films and novels exaggerated details, blurring fact with fiction. They pointed out that once dramatization became widespread, even true reports sounded like fantasy. Yet the criticism did little to slow the spread. The triangle worked as entertainment because it combined fear and wonder, and both are powerful. For families of the missing, this cultural explosion was difficult. Their tragedies became storylines for thrillers. Some found comfort in the attention, their loved ones remembered, their stories retold. Others felt pain, watching fiction twist real loss into spectacle. But once the triangle entered culture, it could not be pulled back. The result is that today, even people who know little about ships or aviation recognize the Bermuda Triangle. They may not recall details of Flight 19 or the Cyclops, but they know the name, the symbol, and the reputation. The media created not only awareness, but permanence. By turning disappearances into novels, films, and jokes, popular culture made the Bermuda Triangle part of everyday language. When someone loses an object, they joke it went into the triangle. When a mystery has no answer, people reference it. What began as isolated maritime accidents became a cultural icon, carried more by stories than by facts. With fame came criticism. As the Bermuda Triangle grew into a cultural icon, skeptics pushed back. Scientists, journalists, and experienced sailors all argued that the mystery was exaggerated, shaped more by storytelling than by fact. One of the main points skeptics raised was statistics. They argued that ships and planes disappear in every ocean, not just here. The Atlantic is heavily traveled, and accidents are bound to occur. If one looks at raw numbers, the Triangle is no more dangerous than other busy regions. The difference, skeptics said, is attention. When something goes missing in this zone, it makes headlines. When something vanishes elsewhere, it rarely does. Investigators also pointed out errors in reporting. Many of the famous disappearances turned out to have explanations. Once records were checked, some ships had actually sunk in storms. Others had mechanical problems ignored by crews. A few had never sailed the courses claimed in the stories. But once the cases were retold in magazines or books, the details shifted. Errors hardened into legend. Television added to the confusion. Dramatizations showed compasses spinning wildly, even when official reports made no mention of it. Scenes of sudden fogs and glowing lights came from speculation, not logs. Yet audiences remembered the dramatizations, not the corrections. This sparked debate. Believers accused skeptics of ignoring testimony, of explaining away what could not be explained. Skeptics accused believers of selling fear. The argument played out in newspapers, books, and talk shows. Each side fueled the other. The more skeptics tried to dismiss the triangle, the more believers defended it. The more believers exaggerated, the more skeptics pushed back. For the public, the debate became part of the appeal. The lack of agreement meant the mystery stayed alive. People did not need answers, they needed conversation, and the Bermuda Triangle provided it. At dinner tables, in classrooms, in offices, the question, "Do you believe in it?" became common. Families of the missing sometimes felt caught in the middle. They wanted answers, not debate. Some supported the skeptics, insisting their relatives had been victims of storms or errors, not legends. Others sided with believers, convinced something extraordinary had happened. The debate gave them little closure, but it kept their stories in public memory. Skeptics never erased the legend. Even as they published careful studies and exposed mistakes, the triangle remained popular. The mystery was larger than evidence. It lived in culture, not just in fact, and culture rarely yields to correction. Today, the Bermuda Triangle is often mentioned with a mix of skepticism and fascination. People may laugh at the wilder theories, but they still repeat the name. That balance between disbelief and wonder has kept the story alive. It is not only the vanishings that matter, it is the argument over what those vanishings mean. In the end, the Bermuda Triangle is both a case study in media influence and a mirror of human curiosity. Skeptics keep the discussion grounded. Believers keep it alive. Between them, the mystery endures. Governments could not ignore the attention the Bermuda Triangle received. Ships and planes were valuable. Crews represented lives, and unexplained disappearances created pressure from the public. Over time, multiple official inquiries were launched to examine the region, each aiming to provide clear answers. The US Navy was among the first to look closely. Flight 19, the squadron of training planes that vanished, was investigated in detail. Records were gathered, testimony from surviving personnel was taken, and search logs were reviewed. The conclusion pointed to navigational error. The planes were believed to have run out of fuel after becoming disoriented. To the Navy, the mystery was solved, but the lack of wreckage kept doubts alive. The Coast Guard followed with its own examinations of shipping accidents. Its reports emphasized storms, mechanical failure, and human error. Coast Guard officers argued that the ocean is unpredictable everywhere, and the Triangle was no different. They released statistics showing accident rates were not higher here than in other parts of the Atlantic. Yet the public remained unconvinced. the absence of physical proof in so many cases stood out too strongly. Civil aviation authorities also weighed in. After passenger planes failed to arrive, investigations were conducted. Weather records, flight plans, and equipment logs were reviewed. Reports consistently concluded that storms, fuel mismanagement, or pilot mistakes were the most likely causes. Families of the missing found little comfort. They pointed out that accidents elsewhere left wreckage. Here, silence was too frequent. Independent commissions tried to synthesize all data. They compared logs of disappearances, mapped currents, and reviewed magnetic readings. Some concluded that no special danger existed. Others admitted that gaps in data made firm conclusions impossible. They recommended better tracking, stronger equipment, and more caution when traveling through the region. Despite these efforts, no single inquiry silenced the debate. Every official explanation faced resistance. If a storm was blamed, skeptics asked why no debris appeared. If human error was cited, they asked why entire crews made the same mistakes. If mechanical failure was mentioned, they noted that even sturdy ships and planes were lost. Each answer felt incomplete. For families, official inquiries were often frustrating. Reports spoke in generalities, cause unknown or presumed lost. These phrases closed files but opened wounds. Relatives wanted details, last words, final signals, reasons to explain absence. Instead, they received summary lines that felt detached from reality. Public reaction to official reports was mixed. Some accepted them, preferring rational answers. Others dismissed them as attempts to downplay a real mystery. The divide kept the triangle in conversation. Official inquiries might have been intended to calm the public, but in practice they often added fuel to speculation. The conclusion across decades of investigation is clear. No inquiry has ever provided final closure. Governments continue to record losses as accidents, but the public continues to see patterns. The files remain thin, the explanations unsatisfying, and the mystery unresolved. Beyond official inquiries, scientists have tried direct investigation. Expeditions were launched to measure, record, and map the Bermuda Triangle with modern tools. These efforts aim to replace speculation with data. Oceanographers used sonar to chart the seabed. Their surveys revealed trenches, ridges, and drop-offs deeper than most mountains on land. The Puerto Rico Trench, for example, sinks to more than 5 miles. A ship or plane lost in such depths would be beyond recovery. Even the most advanced submersibles struggle at those pressures. To researchers, this explained why wreckage is rarely found. The triangle does not hide ships in mystery, it swallows them in depth. Meteorologists studied the skies. They identified sudden squalls, microbursts, and waterspouts that can appear without warning. Pilots and sailors caught in them might have no time to react. While such weather occurs worldwide, the combination of warm water and fast currents here makes them more frequent. Still, meteorologists admitted that storms do not explain every disappearance, especially those in calm conditions. Geologists contributed theories about methane hydrates beneath the seabed. If released suddenly, gas could reduce water density, sinking vessels in seconds. Rising methane might also stall aircraft engines. Tests in labs proved this possible, but no direct eruption has been linked to an actual disappearance. The theory remains plausible, but unconfirmed. Magnetic studies mapped compass behavior. Researchers noted that in certain parts of the triangle, magnetic north and true north align unusually. Such alignment can mislead navigators, who are unprepared. Aircraft may drift off course, ships may lose bearings, yet skeptics counter that trained crews know how to correct for this, and modern instruments reduce the risk. Biologists noted unusual marine life patterns, with glowing plankton sometimes mistaken for mysterious lights. They also observed how sharks, turtles, and whales follow magnetic cues, hinting at stronger anomalies in the region. While these studies added detail, they did not answer why vessels vanish without trace. Expeditions using submarines and remote-operated vehicles explored wreck sites. They documented numerous sunken ships, many with obvious explanations, storms, collisions, poor maintenance. These discoveries showed that not all disappearances were mysterious. Yet the high number of confirmed wrecks also highlighted how dangerous the region has always been, reinforcing its reputation. Some surveys focused on the Gulf Stream, a powerful current running like a conveyor belt through the triangle. Wreckage, they argued, could scatter quickly and sink before being found. An aircraft's debris might drift hundreds of miles in days. To searchers, this meant the odds of finding clues were slim. Still, not all vanishings could be blamed on currents. Some should have left survivors or signals. The expeditions produced thousands of data points, maps and reports. Their findings often pointed to natural explanations, but they never closed the mystery. For every case explained by storms or currents, another case remained blank. Scientists admitted the evidence did not add up to a single clear answer. For the public, surveys added legitimacy, but also frustration. They showed effort, but not resolution. The ocean remained too vast, the records too incomplete, the silence too strong. Scientific expeditions illuminated the triangle, but did not erase its shadows. In recent decades, technology has been directed towards solving the Bermuda Triangle mystery. Satellites, sonar, and underwater drones have all been deployed to monitor the region. These tools were meant to bring clarity where eyewitness accounts and old logbooks had left only speculation. Satellites provided the first wide view. Orbiting high above, they tracked weather systems, currents, and storm formation in real time. From this perspective, sudden squalls and waterspouts could be mapped as they developed. Scientists noted that while the region does produce fast-building storms, none appeared unusual compared to other tropical zones. Yet satellites could not detect vanished ships or planes. Their records showed only absence, gaps where signals stopped without reason. Sonar surveys scanned the ocean floor in grids. Remote sensors sent sound waves deep, mapping terrain and locating wreckage. These missions confirmed that the seabed beneath the triangle is treacherous. Steep drop-offs, hidden trenches, and unstable slopes. Many wrecks were identified, some centuries old, lying in silence at impossible depths. Each discovery explained certain losses, but also raised the question, how many more lay beyond reach? Underwater drones extended this work. Programmed to dive where human crews could not, they searched in silence for signs of missing vessels. They found scattered debris fields, confirming storms and accidents, but they did not recover the famous missing planes or ships that fueled the legend. To skeptics, this proved the mystery was exaggerated. To believers, it proved the ocean still concealed what mattered most. Magnetic monitoring was another focus. Instruments sensitive enough to measure subtle fluctuations were flown across the triangle. Data showed variations, but none outside what Earth produces in other regions. Some anomalies were mapped, but they did not explain the spinning compasses described in testimony. The readings gave no evidence of fields strong enough to disorient modern instruments. Radar systems provided constant tracking of flights through the region. Controllers logged courses, speeds, and altitudes with precision. Accidents still occurred, but in many cases causes could be traced: storms, mechanical faults, or human error. Yet some disappearances remained unexplained. Aircraft vanished from radar without warning, leaving no returns to analyze. Technology reduced the mystery, but did not eliminate it. Maritime monitoring improved as well. Cargo vessels now carry transponders broadcasting positions at all times. These systems allow real-time tracking, yet even with them, ships have been lost. When signals cease without distress, investigators are left again with the same conclusion: cause unknown. The accumulation of data has helped refine understanding. Scientists now argue that the triangle is not uniquely dangerous, but heavily traveled. The large number of accidents reflects traffic volume, not supernatural forces. Still, the persistence of cases without evidence troubles researchers. Even with satellites above, sonar below, and trackers on vessels, silence remains possible. For the public, technological monitoring created mixed feelings. On one hand, it reassured the ocean was being watched, accidents understood. On the other, it made the unexplained cases even more unsettling. If disappearances occur despite constant monitoring, what does that say about the limits of technology? The efforts continue. Satellites improve, drones dive deeper, trackers grow smaller. Each new tool promises clarity, yet the Bermuda Triangle remains a place where data ends and mystery begins. Technology narrows the gap, but it has not closed it. Across decades of research, surveys, and reports, explanations for the Bermuda Triangle have piled up. Each one seems strong at first. Storms, currents, human error, mechanical faults, magnetic anomalies. Each has been used to explain at least some of the disappearances. Yet none of them, on their own or combined, have ever erased the mystery. Storms are common in the Atlantic, and they can be violent. But storms usually leave debris. Ships sink, but cargo floats. Planes fall, but life jackets drift. In the Triangle, too many vanishings produce nothing. Storms may explain some losses, but not all. Currents like the Gulf Stream scatter wreckage quickly, sometimes beyond recovery. Yet even scattered debris should be found, eventually. Beaches should show remnants. Fishing nets should catch fragments. In many cases, they do not. Human error is a constant in maritime history. Crews misread compasses. Pilots misjudge fuel. Officers take unnecessary risks. But the Triangle's record shows entire groups of trained men failing together. Flight 19 was not one inexperienced pilot, but 5. Cargo freighters were commanded by veterans. The scale of error seems larger than chance. Mechanical failure is always possible. Engines seize, hulls crack, electrical systems collapse. But such events are often sudden and dramatic, and usually produce survivors or evidence. In the Triangle, silence follows instead. Magnetic anomalies exist, but none stronger than those mapped in other parts of the world. They may cause small navigation errors, not vanishings. Critics note that while compasses misbehave, they do not erase steel ships or cargo planes. Even modern technology has failed to settle the matter. Satellites, sonar, and transponders provide constant monitoring, yet some vessels still disappear. Technology reduces accidents, but it has not stopped mystery. The problem is not that explanations are wrong, it is that each is incomplete. Every case offers different conditions, some in storms, others in calm skies. Some involve small boats, others massive tankers. Some vanish in minutes, others after long silence. A single theory cannot cover them all. For families, the shortcomings are most painful. They are given theories, not answers. Officials tell them storms or errors are likely, but likely is not proof. Without wreckage, without survivors, the explanations feel empty. For the public, the lack of closure fuels fascination. If the Triangle had one clear cause, interest might have faded long ago. Instead, the partial nature of every theory keeps the legend alive. Each explanation removes a little of the mystery, but leaves a gap wide enough for imagination to enter. This is why the Bermuda Triangle endures. It sits between science and story, where evidence is thin and silence is heavy. Explanations fall short, not because they are impossible, but because the sea gives too little proof. And until that proof arrives, the Triangle will remain less an answer than a question. The Bermuda Triangle affects more than stories. It overlaps with real economic choices. Shipping companies route vessels, insurers calculate risk, and port authorities monitor traffic. Even if the Triangle is largely a label, its reputation changes behavior and budgets. Commercial carriers adjust routes for many reasons. A seemingly small detour adds fuel consumption and voyage time. On individual sailings, the extra miles may cost thousands. For fleets operating dozens or hundreds of voyages, the cumulative expense is substantial. Charter contracts sometimes include route clauses. Altering those courses to avoid perceived risk triggers legal and operational costs that ripple through supply chains. Insurance factors into decisions. Underwriters rely on loss records. When high-profile disappearances draw attention, premiums for certain routes have risen. Shipowners then compare the cost of insurance hikes against the cost of longer transit times. For some, paying extra for coverage makes more sense than altering schedules. For others, detours are cheaper. These choices affect freight rates and ultimately, consumers. Ports feel the impact too. Cruise lines and tour operators monitor passenger sentiment. After intense media coverage, bookings on some routes softened until operators demonstrated safety through visible changes, detailed briefings, safety equipment lists, and public tracking tools. Local economies that depend on tourists respond by emphasizing cultural attractions and practical reassurances, turning curiosity into a marketing asset rather than a liability. Regulators reacted by promoting better tracking and reporting, mandating transponders, improving radar coverage, and funding joint search and rescue exercises all cost money. Those investments reduce long-term risk, but at a price borne by governments and indirectly taxpayers. The upshot is clearer records and faster responses, benefits beyond any one region. Small operators feel these pressures more keenly. Family-run charter firms may face higher inspection standards or temporary drops in bookings during sensational media cycles. Yacht insurers often require additional checks for passages through certain waters. Fishing businesses worry about reputational hesitancy among clients. These pressures shape local employment and revenue in ways that are real and immediate. Search and rescue readiness added costs. Nations upgraded cutters and radar, funded joint exercises, and shared satellite data. These investments improved safety but required ongoing budgets. At the same time, the triangle creates economic opportunities. The law draws visitors. Museums, then tours, and educational centers sell tickets. Guidebooks and local shops thrive on the curiosity the legend inspires. Communities balance caution with commerce, presenting history and science alongside tales to attract guests without promoting fear. Economists model these effects as a mix of direct costs and opportunity gains. Detours and insurance increases register as direct expenses. Tourism and cultural products count as opportunity gains. Depending on the year when headlines peak or fade, the balance shifts. For planners, the lesson is practical. Narratives shape choices. The Bermuda Triangle shows how stories can become variables in real budgets. Insurance sits at the intersection of risk and money. When incidents in a region gain attention, underwriters reassess exposure. The Bermuda Triangle led to legal and insurance discussions about liability, coverage language, and the standard of care expected from operators. Policies for ships and aircraft include clauses for peril, navigation, and negligence. After notable disappearances, insurers reviewed claim histories in the region. Where patterns of loss appeared, premiums adjusted. Underwriters debated whether unexplained vanishings constituted a higher risk class, or were anomalies in a busy corridor. Shipping companies then faced decisions: accept higher premiums, which raise operating costs, or alter routes to avoid perceived risk. Regulators responded with recommendations, and in some cases, new requirements. Aviation authorities pushed for clearer flight plans and mandatory position reports when crossing long ocean legs. Maritime agencies encouraged transponder use and better maintenance documentation. These measures aim to reduce ambiguity in investigations and improve chances of recovery. Legal cases emerged when families sought compensation or clarity. Suits tested policy language and carriers' duty of care. Courts examined whether warnings were adequate and whether insurers could deny claims for losses deemed mysterious. These disputes shaped how contracts are written and how liability is interpreted in practice. One recurring legal issue involves burden of proof. When no wreckage exists, proving cause is hard. Insurers may deny claims citing insufficient evidence, while families press for payment. Courts must balance contract terms with equitable outcomes. Some judgments favored claimants where procedural failures were proven. Others deferred to insurers when evidence was lacking. International law complicates matters. Vessels may be registered in one country, insured in another, and lost near a third. Cross-border coordination affects investigation, salvage rights, and litigation. That complexity adds time and expense to problem solving, increasing both human and financial costs. Regulators also focused on prevention. Recommendations included redundant navigation systems, stricter cargo securing rules, and mandatory incident reporting. Some of those became rules, Others remained best practice. Implementing them raised operational costs but improved accountability. Modern tracking technology changed the landscape. Transponders, satellite feeds, and digital logs supply evidence that reduces disputes in many cases. When data is available, claims resolve more quickly. When it is absent, the legal process becomes thorny. Smaller operators feel these changes most acutely. Higher premiums and compliance costs strain limited budgets. Notable court decisions clarified interpretations of force majeure and salvage rights, and international cooperation on incident data sharing improved. These legal and insurance adaptations reduced uncertainty in some cases, but unexplained disappearances continue to pose challenges. These issues continue to evolve. The Bermuda Triangle has played a unique role in tourism. Curiosity draws visitors. Local businesses, museums, and tour operators have adapted the narrative into a marketable product. The relationship between myth and money is a practical one. Legends can attract paying guests if framed responsibly. Tour operators developed themed excursions that balance fascination with safety. Boat trips that include lectures from local historians or scientists tend to perform well. Museums curate exhibits that pair artifacts with context, navigation charts, logs, and scientific explanations. These offerings create jobs, guides, curators, retail staff, and hospitality workers. For island economies with limited industries, a seasonal uptick in visitors can be meaningful. Media exposure amplifies this effect. Television specials, feature films, and online documentaries generate interest that translates into bookings. When a show runs internationally, destinations report measurable spikes in web searches and reservation inquiries. Local marketing teams often tie promotions to media cycles, using attention to boost slow periods. That makes the Triangle a recurring engine for tourism revenue when managed carefully. Business owners learn to strike a balance. Sensationalism sells, but it can also deter guests worried about safety. The most successful operators emphasize science and history alongside folklore. They market guided experiences, educational programs, and partnerships with legitimate research centers. Restaurants, gift shops, and hotels benefit indirectly as visitors linger and spend locally. There are risks. Relying too heavily on a single theme exposes communities to fluctuations driven by media narratives. Sustainable development requires diversification, combining triangle-themed offerings with broader cultural, ecological, and recreational products. Annual conferences attract researchers and enthusiasts, filling hotels and conference centers. Merchandising, maps, books, branded apparel support small retailers. Dive tourism focused on protected wrecks brings specialized operators and licensed guides, attracting enthusiasts who spend on gear and instruction. Together, these elements help stabilize income and encourage responsible tourism. Disappearances leave human consequences that persist across generations. Families of the missing carried grief and sought answers. Communities built memorials and commemorations that shaped cultural memory, and at times, local activism. Those responses created social institutions and modest economic activity tied to remembrance. Memorials take forms: plaques at ports, walls with names, small chapels, and annual ceremonies. These gatherings bring families together and keep stories alive. Local governments often support memorials as public history, maintaining sites and hosting ceremonies. Those events require organization, permits, venue coordination, and publicity, which in turn engages local businesses. Caterers, florists, and event staff participate, creating small-scale economic activity linked to remembrance. Families created support networks. Associations of relatives lobby for better tracking, improved SAO protocols, and transparent investigations. They press authorities for records and fundraise for private searches or independent studies. Non-profits emerge to honor the missing and to push for safer practices. They publish journals, organize panels, and run benefit events that fund research and memorial work. Museums and local historians curate logbooks, personal items, and oral histories. Preserving those materials involves conservation, archiving, and programming, work that creates jobs and student internships. Anniversary coverage and commemorative documentaries raise awareness, and at times, donations, though media exposure also exposes private grief to public view. Some communities observe annual days of remembrance that attract relatives and visitors, generating modest tourism revenue. Grants established in memory of lost sailors, fund scholarships in maritime studies, or support training centers, linking memory to practical investment in safety and skills. Overall, memorials and family networks turned tragedy into public action. They created institutions, museums, non-profits, advocacy groups that sustain memory and direct resources into research, education, and improved safety. The economic impact is modest compared to shipping or tourism, but its moral and social value is substantial. In the end, remembrance does more than honor the missing. It channels grief into work that improves safety, supports scholarship, and strengthens community resilience. Practical Resolutions provides a focused look at the set of pragmatic responses to a persistent problem that resisted tidy explanation. The goal here is not to rehash folklore, but to document steps taken to make travel safer and to assist families affected by loss. Across multiple agencies, the approach combined immediate operational changes with long-term investments in technology and legal frameworks. Regulatory bodies reviewed and often rewrote guidance for navigation in areas known for sudden weather shifts and heavy traffic. Aviation authorities tightened requirements for position reporting during long ocean legs, mandating more frequent check-ins and clearer contingency plans. Maritime agencies emphasized the use of automatic identification systems and transponders for cargo and passenger ships, improving the odds that a vessel's last known position could be retrieved. These changes were procedural but effective. When signals were available, responses were faster and more accurate. The shift in procedure required retraining crews, updating checklists, and ensuring all commercial and private operators accepted new standards. Investments in radar, satellite coverage, and listening arrays improved detection of anomalous events and allowed authorities to reconstruct incidents with greater confidence. Underwater sonar mapping programs, often multinational in scope, aimed to catalogue hazards and locate wrecks so future searches could start with better information. Remote-operated vehicles and deep-diving submersibles extended the reach of investigators to depths once inaccessible, revealing both expected wrecks and surprising geological features. While no single technology solved all mysteries, together the tools narrowed the field of plausible explanations and gave investigators better data on which to base decisions. Search and rescue units standardized procedures across borders, enabling fast multinational responses that pooled ships, helicopters, and aircraft. Joint exercises familiarized crews with local currents, weather patterns, and the most productive search geometries for the Gulf Stream and adjacent waters. These exercises reduced duplication of effort and improved survival odds when incidents did occur by shortening the time between notification and actual rescue deployment. They also helped build trust between nations that share responsibility for the region, smoothing the bureaucratic friction that once slowed responses. Insurers, informed by evolving data sets, refined how they assessed risk and priced coverage for transits through the area. Legal changes clarified liability for operators and adjusted contract language to account for the realities of long ocean legs and the possibility of unexplained loss. These adjustments made it easier to adjudicate claims and reduce disputes that sometimes delayed search or recovery efforts. For commercial carriers, the calculus became a matter of operational planning: reroute at higher fuel cost, accept higher insurance premiums, or invest in upgraded tracking and redundant systems. Beyond policy and finance, authorities and NGOs developed outreach programs for affected families, offering counseling and legal assistance. Memorial funds were established to support relatives and to finance independent investigations when official resources were insufficient. These programs acknowledged that technical fixes alone could not resolve the human consequences of disappearance. Families sometimes drove policy through advocacy, pushing for greater transparency and better tracking. Their pressure reshaped priorities, prompting agencies to publish clearer logs and to make coordinates and radio traffic available for independent review. Operational changes often started modestly. A rule requiring 2 independent navigation checks on long ocean legs made small differences in error rates. A protocol for immediate satellite tasking after a lost transmission shaved hours off the initial search window. The accumulation of such changes, incremental but cumulative, made responses more predictable. Agencies emphasized procedures that were straightforward to implement and easy to audit. Standardized logs, time-stamped digital position reports, and immediate multi-channel alerts became de facto requirements for larger carriers. Still, it is important to acknowledge limits. Investments improved the response but did not remove the possibility of unexplained events. Mapped currents and improved sensors reduced the number of truly blank cases, but did not eliminate them. The sea is vast and sometimes uncooperative, and even the best monitoring systems leave gaps where silence persists. Researchers stress that progress should be measured in lives saved, and in the quality of data available for investigators, not in the eradication of every mystery. Looking ahead, authorities propose more collaborative data platforms, shared satellite feeds and funding for long-duration monitoring programs to continue closing gaps in knowledge. Public-private partnerships have emerged as a favored model because they leverage commercial satellite capacity and naval assets. The overall approach remains pragmatic: reduce uncertainty where possible, support families and keep procedures simple enough to function under pressure. In the end, practical resolutions do not promise to answer every question, but they do make the seas safer and the investigations more likely to yield tangible results. International cooperation and treaties provides an extended account of how nations work together after years of contested narratives and public pressure. The intense media focus and repeated incidents prompted governments to move beyond national responses and to pursue formal cooperation. Treaties, memoranda of understanding, and joint task forces were created to share information, coordinate searches, and streamline legal processes when vessels or aircraft were lost in international waters. One practical outcome was a renewed emphasis on shared data. Countries agreed to provide near real-time access to satellite imagery, radar logs, and automatic identification system tracks when requested by a partner in the event of a missing craft. This sharing reduced duplication. Instead of several agencies independently purchasing the same imagery, they pooled resources and created centralized nodes that could be tapped by any authorized search coordinator. The result was faster assembly of a situational picture and a more coherent tasking of assets. Search and rescue treaties clarified responsibilities. Regions of responsibility were mapped, with clear lead nations for initial response and others providing support under pre-arranged terms. Agreements addressed practical matters like fuel and port access for foreign rescue ships, liability protections for volunteer crews, and streamlined paperwork to get aircraft airborne quickly. Joint exercises demonstrated the effectiveness of the arrangements and built cross-border familiarity that lasted beyond scheduled drills. Legal harmonization was another focus. Disappearances can involve ships registered in one country, insured in another, and lost in waters administered by yet another state. Treaties set common standards for incident reporting, evidence preservation, and cooperation in legal proceedings. Courts found it easier to interpret policy language and decide claims when governments had already agreed on basic principles for documentation and forensic preservation. These agreements did not make litigation vanish, but they shortened dispute cycles and reduced the time families waited for outcomes. Financial cooperation emerged as well. Some nations with limited resources received assistance through pooled funds to support search and rescue assets, or to buy satellite passes during high-priority searches. Larger flag states and maritime powers recognized that the cost of not collaborating, delayed rescues, uncoordinated searches and contentious litigation was higher than the expense of mutual support. Joint funding arrangements were pragmatic. They spread risk and created incentives to participate in cooperative monitoring. Another international step involved shared research. Scientists from multiple countries collaborated on hazard mapping, oceanographic surveys, and atmospheric studies focused on the region. data collected by one nation fed models used by others. This collaboration improved the accuracy of current and wave models, yielding better predictions of debris drift and potential wreck sites. The shared knowledge base made search planning more precise and allowed analysts to rule out hypotheses more quickly. Diplomacy also focused on transparency. Nations agreed to publish declassified logs for certain cases, and to permit independent investigators to review records under confidentiality agreements. That transparency responded directly to the family's demand for openness, and created legitimacy for official reports. Where earlier investigations were criticized as opaque or incomplete, the new cooperative approach emphasized accountability and independent verification. Implementation required institutional changes. Joint centers were created to coordinate multinational searches. Standing committees met annually to update protocols and to review gaps in technology or training. Training programs standardized best practices across navies, coast guards, and aviation authorities. When a new search technology proved useful, such as improved deep water sonar, workshops helped local teams adopt methods quickly. Challenges remained: sovereignty concerns, budgetary cycles, and political turnover complicated long-term commitments. Not every country could afford new equipment. Not every government prioritized the region equally. Negotiators had to craft agreements flexible enough to accommodate varying capacities while maintaining agreed minimums for cooperation. The result was a layered system: core obligations binding to all signatories and optional enhancements that wealthier partners could support. Despite the obstacles, the international framework altered how incidents were managed. Information moved faster between authorities. Rescue coordination improved. Scientific collaboration produced better models. For families, the concrete benefits included more timely search efforts and clearer records. For operators, the system meant more predictable processes when incidents occurred. International cooperation did not dissolve the mystery, but it made the institutional response more capable, coordinated, and humane. Technological innovations and their limits examines the tools that have most shaped modern responses and probes what those tools can and cannot achieve. Technology has been central to attempts at resolution. Satellites, automatic identification systems, remote sensors, deep-sea vehicles, and advanced meteorological models all changed the possibilities for detection, tracking, and reconstruction. But every innovation also revealed limits and trade-offs. Satellites transformed the initial search phase by supplying timely imagery and weather data. Geostationary and low Earth orbit sensors allowed authorities to task searches quickly, to watch storm development, and to spot potential debris fields. Synthetic aperture radar proved especially useful because it can image surfaces at night and through cloud cover. Yet satellites have constraints. Coverage windows are finite. Resolution can be insufficient to identify small objects, and interpreting imagery requires expert analysts. Images are helpful only when acquired early. Delayed access reduces their value. Automatic identification systems, AIS, and modern transponders increase the traceability of vessels and aircraft. Ships transmitting position and identity automatically provide a continuous record that is invaluable in an incident. Similarly, modern aircraft tracking via ADS-B and satellite-based communications greatly improves reconstruction after an unexpected loss. But AIS is not universally used. Small craft and many private vessels do not carry it, and transponder failures or deliberate disabling complicate matters. There are also privacy and commercial concerns that influence how ubiquitously equipment is mandated. Underwater technologies made dramatic strides. Side-scan sonar and multi-beam surveys mapped complex seafloor topography, revealing wrecks, natural features, and hazards. Remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, dove to depths once unreachable, documenting sites and recovering limited evidence. These tools can retrieve components and create 3D models of wrecks. The limits are practical. Deep-sea operations are costly, weather-dependent, and technically demanding. Mapping a wide search area at deep depth can require months and significant funding. Meteorological modeling improved predictive power for sudden squalls, microbursts, and waterspouts. High-resolution coupled atmosphere-ocean models allowed forecasters to simulate convective development and to warn mariners and pilots of quickly forming hazards. Pilots and captains increasingly had access to up-to-the-minute advisories. Still, the models are probabilistic and cannot eliminate the possibility of localized, extreme events that develop faster than forecast updates. Acoustic monitoring, hydrophone arrays, detected unusual underwater sounds and helped locate disturbances. Some signals correlated with known geological events, while others remained unexplained. Acoustic methods can identify explosions or impacts, but the ocean is noisy and signal processing is complex. Distinguishing a meaningful event from background requires careful analysis and multiple corroborating sensors. One of the biggest shifts came from improvements in data fusion and analytics. Aggregating satellite, radar, AIS, and weather data into common operating pictures allowed investigators to correlate evidence quickly. Machine learning tools helped sift noise from signal in large data sets. Yet sophisticated analytics are not a panacea. They depend heavily on the quality and completeness of input data. Missing or inconsistent feeds limit model performance, and false positives remain a challenge. The limits of technology are not merely technical but institutional. Data sharing requires legal agreements, cybersecurity protections, and trust between entities that may compete commercially or have different national priorities. Establishing common standards for data formats and reliability was part of the practical work, and progress here took years. Where data flowed freely, investigations were faster and more definitive. Where legal or political barriers existed, gaps remained. A further limit is time and cost. Deep-sea exploration, satellite tasking, and sustained monitoring are expensive. Funding cycles and political priorities influence which programs persist. The most advanced capabilities often rest with a handful of wealthy governments or corporations. Democratizing access remains a policy goal rather than a reality. In short, technological innovations shifted the balance from speculation to evidence in many cases. They improved the speed, precision, and scope of searches and made some previously intractable recoveries possible. Yet they also showed that some mysteries are simply hard. The ocean is deep, the weather can be sudden, and not every incident leaves a trace. Policy and investment choices determine how often technology can bridge that gap. The pragmatic view is to use technology where it is effective, to accept its limits, and to keep improving international cooperation so that available tools are used to best effect. Long-term policy and education focuses on structural measures aimed at preventing incidents and reducing harm when they occur. The practical resolutions described earlier, tighter regulations, better monitoring, and improved cooperation, need reinforcement through lasting policy frameworks and community-level education. The goal is to build resilience that lasts beyond short-term fixes. Training and education were key. Navies, coast guards, and aviation authorities expanded curricula to include region-specific instruction, handling sudden convective systems, interpreting rapidly changing magnetic readings, and conducting searches in fast currents. Commercial operator training now includes scenario-based exercises that simulate rapid loss of communications and the need for coordinated multi-agency search. For small craft operators and recreational sailors, outreach programs emphasized simple life-saving practices, wearing life jackets, carrying redundant signaling devices, and filing float plans with reliable contact points. Local education also extended to coastal communities that depend on maritime activity. Schools incorporated sea safety modules, civic groups ran awareness campaigns, and ports offered public briefings. These programs aim to reduce risk by spreading knowledge, not fear. Empowered, informed communities can better support search efforts, report credible sightings, and provide localized assistance when incidents occur. Long-term policy also addressed infrastructure. Investments in coastal radar, improved air traffic coverage over oceanic corridors, and portable satellite terminals for small vessels improved baseline situational awareness. Building hubs for data aggregation and making certain feeds publicly accessible with privacy protections allowed researchers, family groups, and journalists to review evidence independently. Transparency was a deliberate policy choice, intended to build public trust and to ensure that official conclusions could be verified. Research funding became another long-term priority. Governments and foundations set up multi-year grants for oceanographic studies, deep-sea exploration, and atmospheric research focused on the region. Predictable funding allowed teams to develop sustained monitoring programs and to test hypotheses, such as methane hydrate release or unusual acoustic phenomena, under controlled conditions. While such research seldom produces immediate answers, it builds the knowledge base that prevents future surprises and helps explain past cases. Community resilience also grew from memorial and advocacy efforts. Families of the missing organized support networks, pushed for legal reforms, and participated in research advisory boards. Their involvement ensured that policy decisions considered human consequences, not only technical feasibility. Memorials and commemorations maintained public awareness and sustained political pressure for continued investment in safety and transparency. Economic policy played a role as well. Governments balanced the costs of regulation, inspections, equipment mandates, and training with economic benefits from tourism and trade. They sought to avoid punitive measures that would cripple small operators while ensuring minimum safety standards. Grant programs and subsidies help smaller carriers and charter operations comply with new requirements, preventing marginalization and preserving livelihoods. Finally, long-term policy emphasized evaluation and adaptation. New measures were coupled with performance metrics, reductions in search time, improvements in survivor recovery rates, and increases in the proportion of incidents with sufficient data for conclusive investigation. Agencies committed to regular reviews, adjusting regulations and funding priorities based on outcomes rather than rhetoric. Overall, the long-term approach reframed the problem as one of continuous management, rather than a single mystery to solve. It combined education, infrastructure, research, legal reform, and community engagement to reduce risk and to make the tragic outcomes of disappearance less likely. The objective was practical: fewer emergencies, faster response, more complete investigations, and stronger support for those left behind. That approach does not eliminate unanswered cases, but it makes them fewer, and when they occur, the systems in place are better prepared to respond. Thank you for staying with me through this long, slow trip across one of the ocean's most talked about mysteries. If you've been listening in your city tonight, tell me where. I love knowing who's out there, and what time it is where you are. I hope this mix of stories, eyewitness notes, and careful thinking helped you relax, or at least gave you something to wonder about as you drift off. If any part of this collection stuck with you, a case, a sound, or an image, feel free to mention it in the comments. I read them all. If you enjoyed the pace, the channel has more long-form history and soft-spoken deep dives you can fall asleep to. Remember, these are stories and investigations, many unresolved. If you're worried about anyone who travels the sea or sky, share this with them. Knowledge and caution help. Good night, sleep well, and I'll see you in the next video.